for joining us. Just as a way of an intro, because I've heard David's humble. So I had the opportunity, I was lucky enough through Brett Nallis at the Prosecutors Podcast, introduced me to Kristen Middleman, David's wife, and another scientist. And I was lucky enough to have the opportunity to interview her twice on some of the advances around DNA technology. Othram, as you probably know, has been involved in some of the most high profile, or not most high profile, many high profile cases that I'll let David talk about it, but that many people thought were unsolvable, both in the sense that law enforcement was unable to detect DNA, was unable to, really cultivate it, and then also unable to use genetic genealogy to approach it. And David was one of the key members of the Human Genome Project, and Othram has brought a new approach to using forensic DNA. And one of the neat things for me on a personal level is that a number of my guests or people who have reached out to me with information about cases or where law enforcement thought that there was no opportunity to do genetic genealogy, I've been able to connect them with Othram, and there's potential progress on at least one of those cases. I won't say which one, but I have this guest coming on about it not too long. So, one of Othram's tags is really about revolutionizing forensic science, and I think they've truly done it, and a lot of folks have joined them and taking similar approaches. But one of the most powerful things Kristen said to me, which for business people, this is the opposite of what you'd say, that one of her goals is someday every state lab has the same power to do what Othram is doing now without an Othram. So I really view them as a company that's dedicated to the mission. Now David can correct what I'm saying, but David, I just wanted to ask you real quick about your background in science, because to some extent, I think, people who do the work that you do could probably find millions of other ways to make millions of dollars. So I'm curious about why you decided to head toward forensic science.
Well, I think that, there are a lot of ways to use technology to do good for society. Certainly in DNA testing, this has been true in medicine and diagnostics and a whole bunch of other areas, even consumer testing, helping people connect their families back together and find relatives. And one area where there's tremendous need, which is criminal justice, is at the same time the one area where a lot of this technology hasn't been deployed. And so, Kristen, myself, the team of us, we thought it was very important to apply this technology here. And in general, we like to look for opportunities to make big impact, do good in the world, and do that in areas where others are not really operating in. And so forensics, and really a lot of the pieces of criminal justice, they've for many years kind of suffered in that they get kind of the leftover tidbits and the hand-me-down technological pieces of other industries. And we thought it'd be really awesome to come build a company that purpose-built everything they did just for criminal justice. And so we focus on this exclusively. We don't work in medicine or other adjacent industries. Whether or not the technology would be applicable doesn't matter. We put all of our energy on optimizing every part of what we do to build a better criminal justice system.
So, one of the things that I was just sort of curious about is, just thinking about the way that DNA was approached in forensics before, before companies like Othram really got into the mix. I know that we used in forensics things very similar to sort of medical assays to do DNA testing, and then also, in the early stages of investigative genetic genealogy. Could you talk to us a little bit about some of the limitations to that and some of the advances that have happened?
Well, there's lots of ways to do DNA testing. But there aren't a lot of ways to do DNA testing in forensics. The kind of material that you have available to you in forensics in these law enforcement investigations, it's very little DNA. The quality is not that great. There could be mixtures of multiple people in that DNA. DNA could have bacteria and other environmental contaminants. Sometimes the DNA is damaged. There's been chemical treatments. And so what works in other industries, like in medicine, where you're giving someone, a cheek swab or drawing blood at the doctor's office, what works there isn't going to work in forensics. And so a lot of that early failure and a lot of that, speculation that this can't be done or, it wouldn't work very well really just comes from trying to take tools that weren't really intended for one area and just bring them in. And that's why I told you, I think a lot of these things are possible. All this stuff that people were saying was a science fiction is now science fact. There are countless cases we could go through. The barrier was taking the technology and designing something that worked specifically for the kind of DNA you'd experience when doing a law enforcement investigation.
Yeah, one of the really wild ones that Kristen had brought up to me was the septic tank, the DNA that you were able to pull out of the septic. Was it a septic tank, or am I wrong there?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
The guy's name was Gordon Sanderson, but he was known for a long time as Septic Tank Sam. And about 40 years ago, his remains were found. He had been tortured and mutilated, and then his remains were found in this tank, and obviously completely unidentifiable.
I know one of the things that has come up, and part of our focus today is on indigenous people, and I think the same thing probably applies to African Americans, and the same thing probably applies to people who are Hispanic. I remember growing up and hearing about things like the Tuskegee experiments and other examples where the U.S. government, did testing on African Americans, and there's just generally a reluctance, I think, with the African American community to share DNA, even with places like 23andMe or Ancestry. And I hear similar things in the indigenous community. And I know that for some, that has been a limitation in forensic genetic genealogy. And one of the neat things for me to watch, and I'm not even sure how you guys do it, is that Othram has been able to contribute to solving some cases that many people in law enforcement, because of ethnicity and genetic genealogy, didn't think were solvable. Could you talk a little bit to us about the genetic genealogy side and how you've been able to make progress in those areas?
Yeah, well, and so I'll talk about a few things because you packed a lot into that question. So there is a concern and a reluctance for communities that have historically been underrepresented and mistreated by the U.S. government to participate in these kinds of projects, and the reluctance and is completely justified. There's a lot of concern about how the data will be used and what control they will have over this data. So I'll start off by saying is something important that needs to be discussed openly. And it's, again, one of the reasons why when we built Othram, we wanted to really limit the scope of what we do. We didn't want people to think, come help us solve a cold case, and then, we're going to go do some medical things too.
We're going to do medical research on it.
That's right. So right. I think there are a lot of good companies doing great medical research, and there's a lot of great companies doing good diagnostics, and there are countless companies that can help you find your roots, as they say, and your relatives. And we wanted to really focus the work that we do on helping, kind of tie the loose ends up in these investigations that are, frankly, very taxing and very, very harmful for families. We talked about Gordon Sanderson from the septic tank. His sister's still alive, and he was a victim of the 60s scoop in Canada, where they had taken indigenous kids and adopted them out to white families, and she was separated from her brother and never knew what happened to him. And so that's a pain and a damage that she carries for decades. And identifying him was really important to her. So I think that these issues are real and should be discussed. There should be guardrails for how the work is done. And I think everyone should evaluate how and where they contribute their DNA profiles and their support. And so you should get to know the folks that are doing the work and pick the companies and the practitioners that you trust and that you think are aligned in mission. So that's the first thing I'll say. The second thing is, to your point about kind of the difficulty of working genealogy, say, for folks that aren't Northern European, or some people just say white, but really it's Northern Europeans that are overrepresented in the genetic genealogy databases. What I would tell you there is that, of course, it's easier when you're more represented in a database to identify people that are related to you. But I believe the problem is overstated. And in fact, from inception, we've had success identifying folks from all sorts of backgrounds and historical origins. In the reality, our world is very admixed in the sense that people have crossed geographic borders and met one another and started families, and so it's a lot easier than I think people think to bring value to everyone and not just one slice of humanity. And we actually work really hard to push the boundaries there. For those that are familiar with the National Institute of Justice, they fund research into how to make justice better. And we have a research grant with them. The title of the grant is The Effectiveness of Forensic Genetic Genealogy Techniques for Black, Indigenous, and Persons of Color. And so we literally are funded by the US government to figure out how to make sure the work we do is inclusive of everyone and not just the easiest cases. So that's something that we take to heart. And then again, we work really hard to educate, advocate, and push for the informed consent of folks to come join our database and really any database they feel comfortable joining. The last thing I'll tell you is that when you work with populations, for example, that are less represented, it's not just that you need more folks in the database, you need better DNA profiles. And so, people can cut corners when someone's well represented in a database and only look at some of the data or build a simpler profile. And what we've done, again, from day one is we've built the right profile. We call it the best case scenario. We look for the profile that is going to work every time and not some of the time. And refusing to compromise on that early step is really important. You may hear that there's a lot of ways to do DNA testing, but like I told you, there aren't a lot of ways to do it in forensics. And you might hear that there's a lot of labs or companies that claim they have labs that can do DNA testing in forensics, but there really aren't. And if it's done wrong, then you're going to disproportionately harm the folks that are either less represented in the database or the folks for which the evidence available, like in the septic tank SAM case, is just really suboptimal. So it's really important to have the best technology, the best relationship with the public, and then put all that together. And it goes back to what I was saying originally. Purpose-built tools is how you're going to get this done. And this is probably moving a little beyond the question you asked, but where do we see genetic genealogy going? We're even trying to build tools to help semi-automate that process, so that again, even for the tougher cases, we can still get through them and not be burdened on by tremendous manual labor. I want every case to get the right resolution, and I want everyone to get the answers. And so we work very hard to make sure this works, like I said, for everyone, not just someone.
And that idea of getting the right profile, and I'm probably going to get this wrong, but my understanding is that in databases like the FBI's CODIS database or other database, they look at a lot fewer markers than you all are able to. Is that an accurate description? And is that the idea you're getting at? Like, can we build the right profile, large enough or better profile? Or just tell me what you mean by the right profile.
Yeah, so my definition of a usable profile is a DNA profile that can show you all the distant relationships that connect someone to someone. Because if you want to do genealogy, yes, genealogy can find distant relatives, but that's contingent on having a profile that can reveal those relationships. And so you're correct. The conventional system that's used by the FBI, it's called CODIS, and it uses a method called STR testing that has like 20 markers. The kind of work that we do has hundreds of thousands of markers. But even within the realm of people that are claiming to do forensic genetic genealogy and everything else, there is variability in how they build those markers. And so there's two things that you need if you want to really make sure you can help everyone. And I mean everyone, even people that don't have good matches, even people that come from endogamous populations. If you want to help everyone, you have two ingredients. The first one is you need a lot of information. You need a lot of markers, like 500,000 markers. The second thing you need is you need the correct markers, and even a little bit of error can create a lot of false negatives, basically situations where you can't see the relationship. So it's possible, for example, that you and I might be related, but if I make enough mistakes in my DNA profile, you won't see the relationship. Not seeing the relationship can be fatal for genetic genealogy. You don't know which matches you'll need to tie the tree together, and you don't want to be in a situation where you're one or two matches short, and now the case looks very hard, or even worse yet, impossible to solve.
So I remember when I was interviewing Kristen, it was kind of wild. It was during the hurricane you guys were experiencing. She still came in the office to do the interview. But one of the things that that I had asked her about, I had seen her during another interview, and a bell rang. She heard a bell ringing. And she had mentioned to me that that's the moment where there's some kind of advance or success in a case. And it struck me that you guys are really mission oriented, really, want to have impact on the victims' families and identify people. I was just curious about what kind of people gravitate toward Othram as opposed to other types of places.
Well, there's a lot of places that you can, like I said, do DNA testing, and there's a lot of places that you can do, cool tech building. We have a huge AI team. We do a lot of machine learning research and everything else. And I mean, you can go work at Facebook and do research, and you can go work at, OpenAI or any of these companies doing all sorts of cool things. But what draws people to our team and what we look for in recruiting people is people that are interested in creating a seismic shift in how criminal justice works, and doing that like now, not in the next decade or a few decades from now. And that passion is usually triggered by a personal event, or someone has not received justice. Somewhere along your life, you may have come to realize that people don't always get the answers. The cases don't resolve in 1 hour like they do on the CSI shows, and you want to change that. And frankly, the people here are very impatient. I'm the chief impatient officer at the company, and are unwilling to compromise and accept that there's just not going to be an answer. The idea that you could run a test at a crime scene and not get an answer is unacceptable to us. And so we iterate endlessly, not just on providing service to law enforcement, but again, we've got a massive research team. We have two laboratories at Othram, a forensic lab that provides a service, and then a research lab. And then we've got a software team that supports, working cases. And then we've got this like AI, machine learning, kind of research lab where we look to see what we can do to push the limits and get more done. So we recruit people that have that kind of mission, that impatience, and that unwillingness to accept what people say is kind of the boundaries of what can be done.
That's very cool. Raul Montero, who's in the room right now, he is, I'll say, a leading advocate related to the Long Island serial killer case, has also published some neat things. And one of the things that he's built is a giant map, a visualization of missing and murdered people, or excuse me, unidentified and murdered people across the country. And I know in the Long Island serial killer case, without being particularly specific, a number of labs were involved in it, and I know Raoul's has been really impressed by Othram. So I want to hand him the mic for a second. I'm not sure if it's going to be a question, David, or a giant statement about how much he loves you guys. So,
hi, David. It's an honor to meet you. I think we've spoken a few times, whether Facebook or Twitter. I know that for me, the opportunity / burden of maintaining a map that has 19,000 unidentified persons on it can be daunting. And one of the bright moments, whenever they happen, typically on a Tuesday, is when I get a message from Othram of another solve. and I go to my map, I take that case, and the first thing I do is I put identified on that. And my statement is to say thank you for that, because I now have more identified markers on the map than I ever had before. And the impact that Othram has provided to families, to advocates, and to researchers has been invaluable, in my opinion. And I just wanted to personally thank Othram and you for that. And I hope, and I think I've said this to you on Twitter, I hope that one day my map is utterly irrelevant and just is becoming the identified map of previously unidentified. So thank you for that. That's my statement. But I do have a question. I would like to know where you see federally funded programs for technology to not only, I don't want to say streamline, but become more broad as an expectation. For example, the Carla Walker Act. If you could speak to that for a moment.
Sure, and I want to thank you for the map that you build, because I don't think people understand the magnitude of the problem. You see on the news, so and so went missing or is unidentified, and it feels like a very isolated incident. And maps like yours demonstrate that, in fact, this is a substantial problem. We live in a modern society where there's like Wi-Fi on every street corner, and there's tens of thousands of people that aren't identified. It makes no sense at all. So your map is instrumental in helping people understand that there is a problem, and frankly, in helping people on the Hill at the federal level understand that there's a problem, because the first thing they ask is, oh, is that a problem? Right? Nobody wants unidentified people, but not many know that there are so many unidentified people. The answer to your question is that, when CODIS, and this is that standard FBI system, when CODIS was nationalized in 1994, you can look at history to see what needs to happen. The technology to power CODIS was built in the late 80s, and they spent 4 or 5 years vetting it, showing that it works, solving cases. And, more than 5 years later, finally, the federal government said, you know what, I think there's something to this CODIS system. Let's go nationalize it. And that's what the Congressional Act in 1994 did, is it basically made it a national program. And they put about $2 billion into upgrading, not even solving the cases, just upgrading the public labs to make sure they can take advantage of this really great technology. So it's not like CODIS just kind of ended up on everyone's doorstep. It was a very aggressive push from the scientific community to demonstrate that it works, legislative effort to then nationalize and demand it, and then resource it, because there's a lot of labs. There's a couple hundred public labs here in the country that need to get upgraded with the latest equipment and trained. And so the answer here is going to be the same. There's technology that can do things no one thought was possible. And even a few years ago, I think people were wondering perhaps forensic genetic genealogy was a passing fad, and each case is a happy accident. But in reality, you can see, if you look at our map on Othram.com, we've got a hexagon grid. I encourage you guys to look at it. It's a never-ending, sprawling landscape of success. And I think it's pushing the conversation now from incidental success to this could work for everyone. And that's what's now triggering legislation at the federal level. The Carla Walker Act is the first of many federal legislative pieces that will allocate actual resources to upgrade laboratories, to give resources to law enforcement so they can actually utilize the technique, and then most importantly, to collect the metrics and the data to know what's working and what's not working. Right? If you're taking $1 from the federal government, it doesn't seem unreasonable to report back, what was done with that dollar, what worked and what didn't work. And it's okay if it doesn't work, but you want to report that back so the next guy doesn't do the same thing and also not get something to work. So that's what the Carla Walker Act is. It's just game changing. Much like the technology that we built that is purpose built for forensics, this is really the first piece of legislation that's purpose built for forensic genetic genealogy. People here may not know that right now a lot of the funding for forensic genetic genealogy comes off the leftovers of other grant opportunities that aren't really designed specifically for this technique. Federal leadership is important. It's critical, but it's not in itself sufficient. we'll need leadership at the state level, at the local level. And as more of these tools are deployed and as more people see success, we're hoping that the technology can be deployed to everyone, and everyone will include this in their budgets. There are budgets for, license plate reader cameras. There's budgets for, tools that can help you understand cell phone data to triangulate where someone was. And this DNA data is a very powerful way and a very simple way and also a very cheap way to figure out what happened at a crime scene, and rather who was there at a crime scene. So I think in the near future, you'll see legislation followed up by, data collection, people using the technique. And then I expect continued legislation at the federal and at the state level to make sure everyone can take advantage of this technique. And everybody in this room and everyone everywhere, that's following along, if you think this is the direction it needs to go, all of you should be writing to your local legislative folks, representatives, senators, and telling them, I really think forensic genetic genealogy, it's ready to be utilized for everyone's family and not just the ones that, get the true crime special on Netflix. So if you guys feel like it's ready, politicians always respond most to advocates and people that actually have a need. Write to them, email them, bug them on Twitter, and let's get the word out.
Cool.
That's fantastic. And you absolutely jumped my next question, which was what could the public do? So for myself as an advocate, in other cases for other families, for other events, an email campaign is so critical and so beneficial. So you can certainly see the Catch List Twitter thing coming up with an email campaign relatively quickly to support the Carla Walker Act, to support Othram, and to really support all of the unknown families of, who are missing their loved one and they're an unidentified already on record, just waiting to get their name. So thank you for that.
Yeah, no, and again, we really deeply appreciate all of you. I can build the greatest technology you've ever seen, and it's hiding in our laboratory, and it can't be shared with the world until there is demand for it, till there's legislative vehicles, until the public understands and helps set up the guardrails for it. So our technology is worthless without public support and the drive to get it out there in the world. And so we're very grateful to all of you. And frankly, if there's anything we can do, we know a lot about DNA, but we're not experts on social outreach and all that stuff. So if there's anything that we can do to support, we're always around. Otherwise, we're just hoping that the word gets out one way or the other, and everyone can take advantage of this really great technology.
Yeah, thank you. And that seems like there's a job posting it off from waiting for me with that part. Thank you.
So I wanted to see if anybody in the room or anybody in the chat, I'm looking down into the chat right now, lots of positive feedback in there, both about you, Earl, and also David, the work you're doing. Does anybody in the room have any questions you want to ask about DNA technology? And if you don't want to pick up the mic, I can ask your question for you. Okay.
Personalized, but I teach computer science at a local college, and I was wondering, David, if you guys ever did collaborations with in terms of research with universities and colleges.
Yeah, we do a lot of research. If you you can go check out PubMed or wherever you look at academic literature. We've had 4 peer-reviewed papers out this year. We're trying to put Othram on the tenure track. And so we publish all the time. Everything we do is published in open access journals, peer reviewed, and we love new collaborations. We published the largest study that's ever been done, examining whole genome sequencing as an alternative to anthropology for measuring biogeographical origins. We did that in collaboration with RTI, which manages the NAMUS project. So we're of course always very interested. And if you reach out to us, we're always looking for new ways to collaborate to build better technology.
Great, thank you.
I love that. I love that question. In journalism, one of the things that we do is a lot of the graduate school programs, but it's even happened in high school programs. They'll go in and investigate a case. It could be anything from a wrongful conviction to something else that happened, and they will collaborate on it. And I would love to see the day that companies like Authrum could even collaborate with high school or college students to look into things or to teach them in a real world situation, investigative genetic genealogy. So David, add that to your list of ideas for me to, I think it could be an awesome way to collaborate, unless you're already doing it.
Well, we work with Southeast Missouri State University. We've done that for a couple of years, have knocked out a bunch of cases in in Missouri. And that's actually led to a massive project now. We've got a massive undertaking to eliminate unidentified remains in Missouri. Humber College, which is the largest educational provider in Canada, has been in a multi-year collaboration with us. And we actually teach kind of virtual courses with them. And we're also collaborating on scientific projects. If you look them up, they just did a press release. They got funding for a cool project to see how they could measure and improve metrics for policing as it pertains to forensic genetic genealogy. So we're doing it, but as is the spirit at Authrum, it's never enough. So we want to do more, and we're always open to academic collaborations with everyone.
Any other questions from the room?
Yeah, I've got.
Okay.
Hey, David, I'm Robert. With an individual, say a missing persons, how can an individual say, me as a family member, if I think someone is a missing person that's been unidentified and the local police department, they're not doing anything with it, they're not going to do any genetic testing, how can I as an individual get you involved? Does that make sense? Does that question make sense?
It makes perfect sense. There's kind of a 3-step process that I would follow. I'd always go to the local agency first, see what you can do. Number 2, I think it's important to reach out to NamUs. NamUs at the federal level works to assist all these agencies, and they'll have a lot more ideas and tools to help kind of move a case forward. And then if you are also interested in doing more than just the local agency and NamUs, you can reach out to us. We have an email, solve, SOLVE, at authrum.com, and you can report any of these tips or connections. I would say if you do reach out to us, and I encourage everyone to reach out to us, also reach out to NamUs and the local agency. It may seem like they don't get the message, but often they do, and it just takes them a minute to get to it. And so I say, why not contact all 3 options? And then if there's anything we could do to help get your case moved along, we will. If we identify that there's a funding limitation or something else, we crowdfund cases, we have private donors, we've got foundations that support us. So if there's a way that we can eliminate the barrier and get that case worked, we will do that for you. But that's kind of the 3-step process I would follow.
And I have an awesome example of that recently. Julia Cali, who will be coming on from the FBI, her first case as a profiler was a case out in San Francisco that remains unsolved. And Julia and the victim's sister have been in touch with law enforcement for years. And recently, the victim's sister reached out to the San Francisco Police Department and said, hey, there's this great new technology that exists that you may want to use to do genetic genealogy. And at first they came back to her and said, we've exhausted all leads. We've done all the DNA testing. We're never going to get anywhere. And so we sent them an episode where Julia asked a great question. She was in the audience. An episode with Kristen, and they listened to the episode with Kristen. And so this is the cold case unit for the San Francisco PD. And they were like, holy crap, we didn't even know this could be done and done this way. And so it actually made change and progress in their thinking about what was possible. So David, I want to thank you guys. And I really appreciate you coming on and coming by and the work that you're doing. And, hopefully we'll all find opportunities to collaborate with you.
Sure. Yeah. And thanks for having me. And if anyone has any additional questions, that email solve, SOLVE, at authrum.com. Feel free to pass case information, or if you just have questions that you don't want to ask publicly, but you've always been curious about something, we're always happy to chat about any topic.
Very cool. Thanks, David. We will see you soon, and take care. We'll take another 5-minute break. Oh, there's lunch. Yeah, so we're on lunch. They're doing lunch. Are we doing lunch here?
Check, check. I don't think this. Check, 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 check. Yep. Boot back up.
Oh, Robert, can you turn yours on? And then I'm going to let Julia on the stage. Hey, Julia. You'll see me momentarily. Can you hear me, Julia? Can you hear me? Nope. Nope.
What did you do? I told you.
Just one sec.
Where's your screen? Where's your screen? Over there. Put it on the screen. Oh. So go to that.
Settings. Audio. Instead of default, just set that straight up to bottom.
Hey, Julia, can you hear me? Nope. Nope. No. I wasn't on stage. Can you log? Hello, hello. Julia, you there? Oh, you heard her? Oh, you heard me going through. Let me hello, hello. That's Raul. So I'm trying to think, what could it have been?
We can see if it is working. Speaking of the mic.
Hello, hello. So it's coming through. Can you hear me coming through on the YouTube channel? Oh, it's good. Hey. Can you hear me? Nope. Nope. Nope.
Yes, that's coming from YouTube.
Check your speaker.
Headphones? I could try.
I can
Can you
hear
hear
you.
me?
I can.
Your sound says muted, Jason.
Okay. Robert, can you hear me now?
No, you have to
Turn mine off.
So what's causing the echo? Because it's coming back through. Mine has to be.
Can I do it without the mic? And you can hear me, Julia?
I can hear you now because that was
Okay.
muted
So she
before.
can hear me now, but we can't hear her.
So mute that again.
Mute that again. Okay. Turn it on. Hello.
Hello.
Ah,
No?
perfect. Whatever Robert did totally worked. So bless him.
I'm glad it's not my fault.
So Raul, guess what? You're going to be doing it on a mic. We'll figure it out. So everybody, I want to introduce you to one of my favorite podcasters. Also one of my favorite people because we've become friends over the years. Julia Cowley, a retired FBI profiler. Since you guys are true crime fans, you should know if you go to Julia's Twitter, it says that she got into this because of true crime and is not ashamed of it. Julia actually, I'll ask her a little bit about her background, but she actually entered law enforcement through the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, where she was a forensic scientist. So that's her background. She eventually started working in the Boston Field Division or Boston Division of the FBI, did everything from investigating white collar and civil rights cases to working in evidence response. Julia will tell you that when she asked initially, what are the chances of getting into the behavioral analysis unit? She was told that the chances were about 0, and she knew mathematically that had to be inaccurate. So,
Smart.
right. So it led to her work today, and The Consult is kind of an amazing podcast for those of you guys who have not had the opportunity to listen to it. It really looks at crime from a behavioral perspective, sort of the things that you can tell, and I'll ask about it, about human behavior that help you identify the type of person, or even in some cases, despite what she'll say, the person who may have committed a crime. And I think, Julia covers a lot of the cases that some of my other favorite podcasters do. It adds an element and dimension that really helps you get a good idea, not just from the perspective of who the likely perpetrator would be, but behaviors and actions that can tell us a lot about people. So I think it can help for advocacy and prevention and an assortment of other things, perhaps unintentionally. So Julia, thank you for coming.
Thank you
I
for
wanted
inviting
to,
me.
of course. I wanted to have the opportunity, and Julia's been on my podcast. She and one other podcaster are in a competition, actually 3 podcasters now for the most times back. But I wanted to ask you just a little bit about how you ended up working in law enforcement, and your journey to the BAU.
Well, as you mentioned already, it was I don't like to use the word love of true crime because, obviously I don't love what other people do to victims, but certainly my interest in true crime, which I got from my mother who read a lot of true crime. She followed true crime cases. She watched court TV, all of that. I remember her early days watching hearings on television, and I became fascinated. All I wanted to do was read true crime books. I'd go to the bookstore. I'd sit in front of the very small true crime section. I think I read every single book there, and I knew it somehow I wanted to get into law enforcement, help solve murders, something along the investigative pathway. And I didn't necessarily want to be a police officer. But then I read about this science called police science, which ultimately was described as we know as forensic science. And I thought, well, that's what I want to do. I'd love to work in a crime lab and go to crime scenes and process the scenes. And so that's how I got started. I directed my education in that way. I majored in chemistry. I got a master's in forensic science. As you mentioned, I worked for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation as a forensic scientist. It was a great job, great opportunity. I learned a lot, went to a lot of crime scenes, processed those scenes. And then I became interested in the FBI, not only from, again, other true crime books that I had read, but I also had a colleague that I admired greatly who entered the FBI a couple of years before I made my decision, and he encouraged me to apply. So that was my journey to the FBI, my early journey to the FBI.
And what, from your perspective, coming into the FBI, going to the academy, and starting your training, did you know you wanted to do something like behavioral analysis, or were you just thinking something similar to what you were doing in Tennessee?
No, I wanted to do behavioral analysis. I wanted to be a profiler, so to speak, and I knew that I didn't want to give up my forensic background, and I knew that there was the opportunity to be a part of the FBI's evidence response team, which I was for many years. And so I did that alongside my investigative role. As you mentioned, I worked white collar, public corruption, civil rights. That was my investigative background, but I also had the forensic background by being on the evidence response team. But I knew entering the FBI that I wanted to be a profiler. And like you said, when I was in graduate school, there was an FBI agent that came and spoke to some of the students. And it wasn't me who asked the question. It was another student who asked, well, what are the chances of becoming a profiler? And I think by this point, Thomas Harris's book had come out and The Silence of the Lambs had already come out. So there was a lot of people who were interested in becoming profilers because of those books and movies. And the FBI agent said, your chances are 0. And I thought, well, that's not possible. It can't be 0. You know, I have a little bit of math in my background there. So
Something's off.
well, it was discouraging. It was a way, I think it was a way that he was trying to tell us, if you think you're going to join the FBI to become a profiler, you're going to be disappointed because it's not a job that everybody has an opportunity to do. And so when I joined the FBI, I knew that I might not get that opportunity. And so I joined knowing that and knowing, okay, I'm going to be happy with what other opportunities I might have, whatever were to come my way, but I'm still going to try to become a profiler. So that's what when I joined, that was my mindset. Like, I may not get that opportunity, but I'm going to do everything possible to, at least try.
So I'm going to ask you about a case that, comes out of this area in a second. But I wanted to, since you brought up the movies like Silence of the Lambs, and, I actually this week, it's very funny. So when I want to comfort myself with TV, I watch Criminal Minds, which I find mildly weird, but because it doesn't feel real. But but I wanted to ask, how accurate are those things like Mindhunter and Silence of the Lambs? Are there some sort of accuracies in them?
Not really. I mean, some of it is. I mean, it's based on, you have former profilers that contributed to the making of those movies and the TV shows, and some former profilers even write for the TV shows. So there's some accuracy to them. I think the main difference is just the level of excitement. Now, first of all, it was a wonderful job. I loved it. But it's portrayed very different in the movies and in TV, unless it's a real book on the subject. But we're not I think the biggest misconception is that as a profiler, you're not investigating the crime anymore. You are consulting with the investigators. It's their case. It remains their case. And so we don't take over the case. We don't come in and swoop in and make arrests and interrogate the suspects. We don't do any of that, but we advise on those things. And so when you go from being a regular FBI agent, as I did, to becoming a profiler, you become a lot less active. You're just not as operational, so to speak, as you used to be, because you're just reviewing someone else's investigation. And I don't want to say just, because there's a lot of work that goes into it, but you're just not doing the active investigation anymore. And I think that's the biggest misconception you see on TV versus what the real life of an FBI profiler is like.
And I was going to ask you about the local case. One case that I wasn't that familiar with that you did on the consult, and it was an introduction, and it was Jody Husenart's case. Would you mind talking to us a little bit about that case and what how you eventually, or how you were able to sort of pull it together, and why you chose that for the consult?
Oh, you mean are you talking about Jody Husentrut?
Yes, Husentrut.
Yes.
Yep.
So that was not a case that we had originally looked at when we were part of the BAU. Jody's case, and as maybe some of the people listening may or may not know, Jody was a news anchor in Mason City, Iowa, and she was abducted on the early morning hours of June 27th of 1996. Wait, I'm sorry, I'm getting the date, 1997. And that case was brought to us by Caroline Lowe, who was a retired crime reporter in the area. She started reporting on Jody's case, I believe. I may not have this entirely accurate, but it was a couple years after she disappeared, and she started reporting on the case and remains committed. And there's a group of journalists that have gotten together. They formed a group called FindJody.com. And they continue to report on the case and keep Jody's case in the spotlight. So Caroline Lowe had approached us and asked us if we would take a look at the case and discuss the behavior that we see in the case. And it's a way, again, to help highlight the case, to help put it back in the spotlight, and then hoping that maybe somebody will hear something and recognize something and call in that one tip that's needed to help solve the case and find out what happened to Jody and to bring her home to her family.
So we have at least one of those journalists in the room over there, Brian. So I'm sure you'll have some questions at some point, but I'm curious. So when you guys were working on it, and my understanding is that the consult podcast itself really mimics what you all, a accurate mimicking of what you all would do. What is the process for you, and what was the process in Jody's case? If you could give a little background on what had happened, what was the process, and what kind of conclusions did you guys come to?
Well, the process is, and as you mentioned, it is very much like what it's like to sit in the room when we're doing a consult on the BAU or in the BAU. The show is not scripted. We discuss things, we debate things, we may circle back to topics we thought we already exhausted. But our process is to look at the crime scene, try to understand as best we can what happened, what the interaction was between the offender and the victim, what evidence is available, what can we rely upon as reliable evidence, reliable witness statements, reliable timelines. What can we count on to be accurate? The other thing that's an important part of our analysis is victimology, and looking at a victim, a crime victim, in a very thorough way. And it does involve, looking at very sensitive areas. And so the point of asking these questions is not to blame the victim, but it's to understand the victim, what might have put them at risk, what were risk mitigators, what were risk enhancers, how would they likely react if confronted by a violent offender, all these things. So that's what we did in this case with the help of Caroline Lowe, who's very familiar with the details. And just based on the reporting of findjody.com, we find them to be very reliable. They're not sensational. We like the way they report things and evaluate things. And so we felt like, talking with Caroline, we get the most accurate description of what happened. We also looked very heavily at Jody's victimology. And ultimately, we felt that, her status as, a local celebrity and local news anchor,
News anchor.
probably, yeah, and she was a news anchor. She's very popular. And we felt like that put her at the greatest risk in her personal life. And the lack of security, I mean, back then it was very different. I mean, her home address was in the local phone book. She would easily be found if somebody wanted to do her harm. So some of these things really made us think that that was probably where her risk came from. Now, there was somebody in her life, an older gentleman friend that people had thought to be, potentially responsible. And we really felt that after looking at who he was, the relationship that he had with Jody, and not only that, Jody herself, she was an extremely genuine person. I think that was the one thing that we heard across the board. She was not a phony in any way, shape, or form. What you saw is what you got with Jody. So we didn't feel that Jody would keep someone in her life that posed a risk to her or made her uncomfortable. That's just not who she was. She was a very strong, independent woman. And despite the fact that she was so kind and friendly and genuine, she was smart and independent and was doing things that were right for her. And so we didn't feel she'd keep this person in her life if he made her uncomfortable. So we just felt that he should be deprioritized as a main suspect and maybe start considering some other aspect or some other people that could have posed her harm. And she had reported months before her disappearance, I should say abduction, that she was being followed and she had some concerns, some safety concerns. And so there were some things going on that might have been indicators that she was in danger by somebody. Now, we can't say for certain that those were related, but we thought they were significant.
One of the things that I thought in listening to your episodes on that case that was really interesting, I think you guys sort of, in my mind, it kind of, starts with, or it doesn't have to start, it starts with a crime scene, victimology, and then almost like a triangle, it points to a perpetrator. What was it about the crime scene in Jody's case that stuck out to you?
Well, what stuck out to us is that the offender didn't try to talk to her. There was the intention was to go there to do her harm, to grab her, take her away. There was no indication that this person wanted to talk with her. There was no indication of an escalation of violence. And so there was a plan in place already. And we felt if this was somebody more in her personal life, they likely would have tried to talk to her. Maybe there would have been an escalation of violence, but that's not what you see. You see somebody who went there and it was a blitz attack and they had no intention of having any kind of conversation with her. So I think that's what really stuck out about what we saw at the crime scene. It happened very quickly.
And so that, because there was an escalation and what you knew about her, it sort of pointed you toward the idea of a stranger or someone who was stalking her.
More so, yes. I think that is what we tended to take from that. We felt if this was somebody in her personal life, that there, first of all, would have been other indications of problems, that there would have been reports that Jody would have told her friends and family, this person is making me uncomfortable. I don't like this. We had a fight. There was just nothing like that. There was nothing indicating that there was any kind of problem with anyone that was part of her social circle, so to speak. So we just felt like this is somebody who, whatever that they, whatever they decided, they weren't going to talk to her, they weren't going to reason with her, they were going to take her. And that was the plan.
So one of the things I'm consistently hearing about the consult when I look on social media and also listen to my fans is that, and so you may not be able to answer this question, but is unique among true crime podcasts. So I wanted to ask what you and Bob Drew and Susan Koffler Drew and Angela, what your thought in starting a podcast really was and what you were trying to bring to the space.
Well, I don't know that we thought a lot about how we were going to do a podcast. I think we just thought we want to talk about some of the cases that we've worked on, some of the behavior. We wanted to educate people about what criminal profiling was and was not. It's, as you point out, there's some great shows, great TV and movies out there that are really fun and exciting. But I think we wanted to educate people about the concepts of behavioral analysis, and then maybe even a way to make people more aware of their surroundings and more aware of problematic behavior, warning signs, things like not to scare anybody, but just to make people have a better understanding. It really, we just wanted to do that through talking about the behavior that we see in these cases. Now, it's evolved. It's certainly evolved. There are certain things when we first started out we didn't necessarily think about, but has now, been part of our mission of the podcast. For example, highlighting lesser known cases. That was not something we necessarily thought we were going to do when we started out. We were just going to start talking about some of the cases that we thought had some really interesting behavioral aspects to them. But as we've become more popular and people reach out to us, or some of the cases that we see that we've worked on that remain unsolved, to continue to highlight those and bring those to the attention of people who might not have otherwise heard about them.
One of the neat things I find about profilers is you guys can provide everything from investigative support, interview questions, recommendations on juror selection. There's just a wide variety of things you could do. And there are two cases. I know you were the lead profiler on the Golden State Killer case. And I know that Bob worked on Israel Keys and some of you. Would you mind talking a little bit about the different kinds of things that you guys, and then there's also the Walika murders, talking about different things that profilers contributed to those cases?
Well, sure. So I'll start with the Israel Keys case, because that was a very unique case for us, because we looked at the two different crimes that we know for sure Israel Keys committed, but we did not know it at the time. So we looked at the Courier case, Bill and Lorraine Courier, who went missing in Essex, Vermont. And we did a profile of that case. And it was just, it was early on. It was the early stages of the investigation. It was a very unusual case and very low risk victims who just disappeared from their home. So we provided a lot of, insight about what we thought happened. And then, fast forward almost a year later, and then you have the abduction of Samantha Koenig in Anchorage, Alaska. And we were also involved in that case very early on when she disappeared. And then the offender, the person who was unknown at the time, started communicating with the family and trying to get a ransom from them. And so we were consulting on that. No idea that they were related. And then we find out, once Israel Keys is arrested, he confesses to Bill and Lorraine. And so that was our involvement there, providing guidance, providing behavioral insight to what we were seeing in these two different cases. And then, of course, once we know that it's by the same offender, at that point, trying to understand who is this guy and what else might he have done and what else might be out there that we don't know about. In the Golden State Killer, again, that was just providing offender characteristics about the offender and providing some investigative suggestions as well. And of course, that was a long time ago that we consulted on that case. And so even then, even though I think it was 2011, maybe around that time, we certainly didn't see how that, the future of how that was going to be solved. I mean, I always knew technology would solve it, but of course, we really were not familiar at the time with investigative genetic genealogy. So that's what we did with that case. And then, of course, Walika, again, providing unknown offender characteristics. That was a double murder of 2 girls in Walika, Oklahoma. And then not only that, we provided an interview strategy once they identified a suspect.
Ask you how accurate the profiles were on Golden State or Walika. Do you feel like looking back, like we were pretty close, or
I do.
off?
Yeah, I think we were very close on both of them. One of the things we also try to let people know about profiling, you're never going to be 100% right. And there's going to be things that you slightly miss on. Like, for example, not that my age range was wrong. I actually found out, no, my age range was right. But I personally thought Joe D'Angelo would be younger than he was. So that was just my own personal. So I was very surprised that he was as old as he was. I was putting him to be a little younger, but I did have him within that range. I was in the right range, but I still was very surprised by that. But generally, when people are arrested and we've gone through, when you can really look at and have access to all the information, crime scene photos, autopsies, initial police reports, just the looking at the very basics of that crime, but having access to those basics, generally we can be pretty accurate. You might miss on a few minor things, but we pretty much have a sense of who that person is. We may not be able to identify them, but we understand them and their personality traits and characteristics.
I was talking to some of the people who are here with us in Minneapolis about a very sad case that they were sharing, and it made me think of something, that so many of the cases that any of us in this space get involved in are very dark and sad, and you guys are dealing with some, I think to some extent, some offenders where it's a lot harder to figure out who they are, but many of them have done really dark, horrible things. And I was just going to ask, like, how do people in the BAU manage the emotional side of, I'm like curious, does the FBI check in on you guys, or do they, do you guys take breaks or sabbaticals to go do other things at times? But how do you manage that part of it?
Well, certainly there is assistance available when someone needs it in the FBI. That is made available. I think everybody had their own ways of coping with things. I think you have to be adept at compartmentalizing and trying not to get too involved emotionally. You will always have those moments where something hits you and it makes you sad. But you have to tune it out. You have a job to do. I think I equate it to somebody working in an emergency room, the things they have to see, or a doctor. They're just certain jobs where you have to detach. You have to just focus on the task at hand and not think about sometimes the human element, the emotions that come in. Now, for me, my coping mechanism, certainly I have a strong support system at home. And then I also love to run. And when I run, it's very therapeutic for me. It clears my head. I think during that time. Sometimes I think a lot about work and maybe not so, but I just clear my mind. It makes me feel really good. And that has always been my therapy. And even when we were at the BAU, Susan, who's on my show, Susan Kostler Drew, we would go for a run every morning before work. And that was therapy for us. And sometimes we would talk about work and sometimes we would talk about things completely unrelated to work, but it was very good. And that's what kept us emotionally grounded, I think.
And so it sounds like find something, whatever.
You have to
that
find
may-
something. And I don't think that might not work for everybody. And, some people decide it's not the right job for them, whatever job they're doing, it's not right for them. It could be too difficult. Now, since I've done the podcast, I have more contact with family members. At BAU, you're somewhat insulated because, as I said, you're not the investigator. So it's the investigators who are talking to the family members, who are providing support to victims. It's not us. So we have that buffer. As a podcaster now, because of some of the cases that I do cover, I will have contact with victim families. And that can be hard because I feel their sadness. I talk with them about that, and it makes it a little more challenging, but it's very rewarding as well when they're grateful that you're covering their loved one's case. I find that very rewarding.
Yeah,
And
there
whatever
really
I
is
can do to help.
Yeah. And one of the nice things too on those lesser known cases, you might not have people who are able to get the support of the BAU. You guys are actually able to give them a decent consult or profile. So I want to throw out there, if anybody has an interesting case that's unsolved or even a solved case that we could learn something from, reach out to the folks at the consult. I'm going to turn it over to some of the people in the room to see if there are any questions. Brian, if you want to ask one, I'm going to give you the front order because he is from the Find Jody group. I'll bring you the mic. Here you go.
Hey Julia, it's Brian.
Hi, Brian. How are you? I think I know you already.
Yeah, I chatted with you before a couple times.
We have, yeah.
So I support Find Jody. I'm not with them yet. I work at in Rochester, Minnesota. So I was chatting with Caroline Lowe, and she had a question. Basically, are there any suggestions for the milestone anniversary in terms of getting the killer to respond? If they're still alive, like what would you suggest?
What I would suggest, not necessarily getting the killer to respond, but again, making a plea to someone who may know the killer and reminding them that not only is findjody.com not giving up, local law enforcement is not giving up. And that's what I would focus on, just keeping it in the spotlight. You never know. What I want to say is that just recently I was looking at a headline in my local news and I saw double homicide from, I think it was 1978, just recently solved. And it was solved because somebody, I don't have all the details of who it was, but they called in a tip. They just called in the guy's name after all these years. I don't know how they knew the information, but they knew. So you just never know. And it's important to continue, especially in Jody's case, because as Caroline has reiterated, that many people think the case is solved. And so just continuing to highlight that it's not solved. All they need is a tip. All they need is a name. I'm not certain at this point an offender is going to come forward unless perhaps they're on their deathbed and they want to clear their conscience before they meet their maker.
Yeah. So I was going to ask another question about, I've done some recent interviews with victims' family members, and, Gabby Petito's parents came on, and they care deeply about things like education and awareness around domestic violence, and and cases of marginalized victims. And I think, thinking about the BAU and, your ability to sort of analyze and say something like in Jody's case, that this may be somebody who was stalking her or wasn't necessarily in her immediate friend circle, I guess. Do you think that there are things that we can learn about safety, or other, thinking about domestic violence as one? I imagine in your analysis, you guys are looking at, is it likely to come from this, or is it likely to come from that, that we can learn through listening to or reading more about behavioral analysis or listening to the podcast?
Well, I do think we have every now and then these little nuggets of information that people can take in and say, okay, I'm going to remember that. I'm going to remember that as a warning sign. But the one thing, I know I've said it on my podcast, I know I've said it at other times, but I think one of the most important things to remember is that, particularly in cases of domestic violence early on, or somebody who gets involved in an abusive type of relationship, but early on, there will be signs. And I tell people, if somebody makes you feel bad for your feelings, that is the biggest red flag. You'll see it early on. For example, I always use this example. Somebody asks another person for a date. That person says, no, I don't really want to go. And then the person that's asked for the date makes a sarcastic comment, oh, am I not good enough for you? And then the person gives in, something like that. Instead of just saying, yes, I understand. And I know that just seems like very simplistic, but it's something I remind people all the time. If somebody makes you feel uncomfortable for your feelings, that is a red flag. Don't let them. Everyone has boundaries. Some people's boundaries are set further back than others. And if somebody doesn't respect whatever your boundaries are, then that person is very likely to continue to push those boundaries in some way, shape, or form. And there's likely to be either emotional, physical, or sexual abuse in the long run.
And I think we kind of need those little tips with something like domestic violence, because by the time you're on the coercive control train, it's already blinding you from what's going on. Any other questions from the group? I can bring you a mic if it's on.
I just had a question on like advice you would give somebody that, like, if you recognize like a friend or a family member is like going through like a domestic violence situation, how to best help them.
Well, I would always say sit and talk with them. It's very difficult when somebody is afraid to get out of a relationship, but talk with them, make sure they have the resources available to them, make sure they know they would have support if they did decide to leave that relationship. Now, I'm not a domestic violence expert, so I would defer to somebody like that. Particularly if I had a friend, I would probably call someone that was an expert in that field and get advice about that. But I think just making sure that they know that there's help available. It is a very dangerous time. We've seen this in so many cases. When there is a relationship ending, it is the riskiest time in any relationship. And so many of the murders that we see, and many that remain unsolved, or many that remained debated. But when you look at the victim, they were in the process of trying to leave a relationship. It's very dangerous. And so it's easy enough to say you have help, or here's where you can go. But I think you also have to have a good plan in place to keep that person safe. And they need to know that. They need to know that plan so that they know they can be safe if they leave that relationship.
Yeah, I kind of think about it like, so when I stopped drinking, the way that I ultimately stopped drinking was I had a friend that I had met like a year and a half before. She's like subtly let me know she was sober. And then she would hang out with me everywhere, including if I went to a bar, and she would never say anything. And what the message she subtly sent to me was, when it's time, you have an avenue out. And I think it's just so important for people to not feel like they're being judged, not feel like as someone's trying to isolate them, that they're being further pushed away and that they have a door. So do you guys have any other questions?
Not related to that, but, Julia, I was wondering if you had any thoughts to share about the shooter and the recent United Healthcare CEO shooting? Because there's been a lot of speculation, I feel like, and everybody's trying to profile him.
Yeah, I know Jason and I have been communicating about this case. I don't know. I mean, I've seen what's in the media. I've tried to keep up with the updates. I think certainly victimology has to be developed in his case. I don't know that we know enough, but I know for a fact, just based on what I've read, colleagues, family, close friends, and associates are all being interviewed because they really need to focus on where his risk was. Obviously, being a CEO of healthcare insurance company, that puts him at risk. It's high profile. Certainly, there may be people that would have problems, but we also need to know. When I say we, investigators need to examine his personal life. Did he have any enemies there, any arguments with people, those types of things? And then also trying to determine who's going to benefit from his death. There's so much to explore with that. I mean, just my general thoughts based on what's been reported. It's very well planned out, well thought out. Somebody didn't just decide to do this. This was a long-term plan in place. So those are just my general thoughts without knowing I don't have any inside information, and I've just seen what everybody else has seen. But I'll tell you, I keep refreshing the news like every hour to see the progress. I think a lot of people are fixated in, wanting to understand what happened.
Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that's really interesting about this case, I remember right as it broke, one of my reporters friends sent me a list. He's like, these are the 3 reasons, right? 3 potential reasons. And it's funny how similar reporting is to profiling. His list was, okay, disgruntled, somebody disgruntled from his personal life, an employee who had been fired, and somebody who had been harmed by the health insurance company. And Julia, the first thing he said to me was, we need to find out what's going on in this guy's personal life first before we start narrowing it on. And he did the kind of list I would imagine in that you guys would do. But it begged a question for me. If in a case like that, where somebody's high risk because of their job or something like that, and if you guys found out that also there was a high risk personal life situation, like an affair or something along those lines, or some domestic problems, how do you go about narrowing it down to which one of the risks? Because I'm thinking about, you guys did the case of, what was his name? Bo
Bedford.
Yeah, Bedford. That
Yeah.
was in Alabama. Do I have that right?
Alabama. Yeah,
Yeah,
very
and
high risk victim.
Yeah, it was like the Chinese menu of of risk. So how do you narrow it down as a profile?
I mean, you have to just assess everything and see where the biggest risk came from. And what we don't know about the CEO shooting, we don't really know much about his personal life, and we don't need to know. Obviously, investigators need to, and look into that. And then you take that and you overlay the investigation onto the risk level. I mean, they have to look at every single angle, and let's just say they look at it and he's got something very high risk in his personal life, and they're like, this is a big red flag. Well, you still have to rule out all the other potential risks that he might have, and then of course the investigative steps will hopefully lead to the perpetrator, and then we'll have the answers to, okay, why did this happen? But he may have multiple areas of risk in his life at this point, but we just don't know what those are.
Yeah, and one of the neat things, I think a great example of how you guys use statistics and other things like that to measure risk was the recent coverage you guys did on the John Benet Ramsey case. I was surprised because Bob Drew, your partner, I went into that sort of second episode thinking, where you guys were doing the analysis, but not only did he throw out the statistics, but he was talking about the exceptions to the rule. How do you guys get your statistics and data on, are these things that the FBI collects, or you guys do it yourselves as
Well,
profilers?
some of it is just what other people have collected, other research that's been done. I mean, looking at, as you know, John Benet's case, we looked at studies that had been done on pedophiles who murdered, and also looking at just the demographics in Boulder at the time. And so all that goes into, and again, this is all based on probabilities. And, so the thing that we discuss, as in our coverage of John Benet, is that yes, most children who are at the greatest risk of violence and danger in their own home, but if a child ends up murdered in their own home, it is likely someone in their home. But then when you start looking at, okay, you have a sexual assault aspect, that starts changing a little bit what you're looking at. You're not looking at a typical abuse situation that you see in other cases. You're looking at something slightly different. So that's how we have approached it. Now, I want to kind of backtrack because when we look at, and this kind of goes back to what you're also asking, when we look at Jody's case, Jody Huisentruit's case, and trying to look at her risk level, it's sort of similar to looking at Brian Thompson's murder, in that he's high profile. He's got a high profile job, and in looking at Jody, she had a high profile job. We also examined her personal life, and what we just found was that there wasn't a lot of risk in her personal life or in her interpersonal relationships that we saw. And so we felt that she's at a higher risk in her professional life. And that may be what investigators determine. They go back into Mr. Thompson's personal life and his acquaintance, and they find that we just don't really see anything there. So this is more likely related to his position as a CEO. So that it's sort of similar in that way, just sort of seeing what risks are there. Can we identify anything like that? Oh,
Yeah, no, that makes sense. So since we're going to wrap up, I was going to give you a chance to have some closing thoughts. You recently did an episode with my friend, Brett Talley from the Prosecutors Podcast, on true crime ethics too. And I have done, I don't know, maybe almost half a dozen episodes on that, from the Delphi case to more broad topics. I've listened to a ton, and I found it to be one of the most powerful episodes, in part because you tackled this concept of the importance of truth, whatever that truth may be, even if that truth runs against you. So that's my secret way of planting an idea. So I wanted to go ahead and give you a chance to close.
well, in that episode with Brett was important for me to do. As you know, I struggle sometimes with some of the cases that we've covered, because what I don't want to do is hurt anybody worse, or I want to help bring closure, so to speak. I want to help families heal, and I want them to get answers, and I want to be part of the solution. And what I don't want to do is harm anything, whether it's harm an investigation, hurt a victim, hurt a victim's family. And some of what I see in true crime coverage is there are some creators that are hurting people, and they're maybe undermining our faith, as Brett pointed out, in the justice system. What I don't want to do, obviously, we're human, we're imperfect. There may be times where we do that, but I think just continuing to talk about it, trying to figure out how can we be better at what we do by still accomplishing what we want to accomplish, and doing it in a accurate and truthful manner.
In my
And I know
recent,
that's easier said than done. I mean,
right.
that is just idealistic. But I think, as Brett pointed out, if we make that our mission to be victim centric with whatever case we're covering, then that's the first step in being as ethical as possible.
Right. And one of the neat things for me this year in interviewing the loved ones of victims, and whether this was Bruce Maitland, who's the father of Breonna Maitland, who was a 17-year-old who disappeared in Vermont in 2004, or Maura Murray's big sister, Julie, and Maura also disappeared in New Hampshire in 2004. It was about a month apart. But they both said something to me when I asked them questions that sort of surprised me. And Julie probably said it more firmly. She said, people have a misperception that I'm trying to censor what's said about Maura. And whether it's bad or good, I want to know it if it will help solve the case. And it doesn't matter. And to me, that was something, it was sort of a powerful clarion call to look at victims advocacy slightly different, and that it's really about truth, and that truth is what these loved ones want. Well, thank you, Julia. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
We've got Jim Schmidt from the Gabby Petito Foundation on next. Hopefully you'll get a chance to hang out in the chat and ask us some more
Thank you very
questions.
much.
All right.
I
Thank you,
appreciate it.
Julia.
Take care.
Let's see if I can do this. Yeah, you're my moving. You're moving. You're gonna get bumped right out of it. Oh, Jim, can you hear me?
I'm still here. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. No worries. Sorry for keeping you waiting for a minute. It was my big mouth that had us going on. Jim was supposed to come on for an hour interview with me, and I think it went on for like, I don't know. It was like, I don't know, easily two or so. But I just wanted to introduce Jim Schmidt. Jim, we've been talking a lot about domestic violence today, and also the cases of Indigenous people. I met Jim's family at a crime con in Nashville. Yes, Nashville this year. And they are the parents of Gabby Petito, who went missing and was murdered. It was a huge case. And the family, in many ways, has dedicated themselves to awareness and education around domestic violence, but also looking at the cases that don't get the same amount of attention as Gabby's case. And, I had met one of your family members at the bar, even though I'm not a drinker. We were having an event down there, and I had met one of your family members at the bar, and then had gone to the talk about where they were talking about Black people who are missing, and I heard about the work you guys have been doing there. And then I met two amazing women that I've had on the podcast, Vanjie Randall Shorty, who lost her son Zach. And one of the coolest things that came out of it, they were invited by you, a woman named Darlene Gomez, whose friend Melissa Montoya disappeared. But one of the coolest things that came out of it after the Petito Foundation invited them to CrimeCon is, in both cases, for the first time in 24-ish years, they announced progress on Melissa's case. And for the first time since right after Zach's case, they announced progress on the case. So, if you think your advocacy and your arguments and your pushing up names and reaching out to people doesn't have impact, it does. And so Jim and his wife Nicole came on earlier this year where we talked about domestic violence and some of these cases. And I just wanted to give you guys all an opportunity to hear from Jim about the work we're doing. I'm sure we're going to have people in the audience who are going to ask you about domestic violence and awareness. But Jim, if you could just introduce yourself a little bit and tell us maybe a little bit about your family, and if you're comfortable talking about the impact and the feelings after Gabby was disappeared and you guys ultimately found out she was murdered.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you guys hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
All right, outstanding. All right, so thank you for the introduction. My name is Jim Schmidt. I'm Gabby Petito's stepfather. Some people refer to it as bonus dad. I came into Gabby's life when she was 2 years old, just turning 3. I married my wife. It's going to be almost 20 years now. We've been together for, 23. So I've been a part of Gabby's life for a really long time. On top of that, Nicole and I have 3 other children. Our son TJ, he's 21. Our daughter Maddie, she just turned 16 yesterday. Actually, I can't believe that either. And we have our youngest one, Catherine. She's 12. And so, like any other family, we were just living our normal lives at the time, like up in New York. Abby was out of the house. I know a lot of people know that story already. I was working for a fire department up there. I was a career firefighter. I was a captain in a fire department up there. My wife was a teacher's assistant, just going about our normal lives when everything unfolded with Gabby. And so now our lives today are completely changed as we've been thrusted into this new world. And so a lot of the things that we picked up with Gabby that we saw after the fact, once things started to calm down, were there were tremendous amount of discrepancies in the reporting of missing persons, for one. So we started a foundation in Gabby's name, the Gabby Petito Foundation. We started that back in October. My wife Nicole, she was like, I don't know what we're gonna do, but we have to do something. Like we can't just let her death be in vain. And we were blessed to have a huge platform. The same sites that we utilize to try to find Gabby, Facebook pages and all sorts of other social media networks. We still had this huge platform of people that seemed to be following us, and we were getting messages from people saying that they saw Gabby's story. They didn't realize it at the time, but they recognize it now. They're in a domestic violence situation. They got out. They're safe. And then we started seeing more and more missing persons cases coming up. So we transformed those social media pages into a missing persons page, and we started getting into domestic violence advocacy and seeing those discrepancies. And there's been a few things that have been brought to our attention. And one was, the missing white woman syndrome, how white women like Gabby, blonde hair, blue eyes, typically get more attention than other people of color, men. The indigenous culture is another one that gets like next to no attention on it. And it's really a huge injustice to these people and to their families. And so there's been a few times where there's been some cases where they've mentioned how Gabby got so much attention and they have not. And so we've reached out to those families and actually helped elevate their voices. Like you mentioned before with Melissa Montoya, with Darlene Gomez is a great friend of ours. I actually have a Navajo flag behind me because there was another family that Darlene was representing, and that was the family of Jamie Yazzie, a young Navajo woman who had gone missing prior to Gabby. There was really nothing going on with her case. That was out in Arizona, New Mexico area, and so there was, a suspect they had in mind, but there was really no leads. There's, a lot of missteps along the way, and the family wasn't getting really any answers. And they said, Jamie was basically the Gabby of the Navajo Nation, and yet she's getting no news coverage. And so Gabby's father had reached out to Darlene, and that's when we started talking. And then all of a sudden, and this was right after Gabby, boom, they start really looking into Jamie Yazzie's case. And November of 2021, Jamie had been missing already since 2020. They found her body. And so now they really started investigating it. And they figured out who it was. They brought the suspect in. Turns out that in that time, from the time that Jamie went missing until the time they found her body and were able to make an arrest on it, that person who had murdered Jamie had gone on to terrorize 3 other women, viciously attacking them, kidnapping, you name it. And so those were the original charges he was brought on. So we were asked to come out for his sentencing, which they were playing games with. They delayed and delayed and delayed once he was found guilty of the crimes. And we went out to the sentencing, and we took part of the prayer ceremonies beforehand for Jamie's family and even for Trey James, the person responsible for her murder. And I was presented with this flag afterwards and asked to make sure that I represent their nation anytime we're talking about topics like this.
Oh, that's awesome. And thank you for that, Jim. One of the things about domestic violence that I was just thinking about as you were talking, and you gave that example of how Trey James terrorized 3 other women. We don't often think about, like, when we're looking for somebody who may have committed a crime, that idea that in domestic violence situations, for example, and many others, these aren't one-offs. These aren't situations where someone does something once, they repeat the behavior. And the slower law enforcement or the slower communities, when people are not saying what's happening, the slower they are, the more sort of carnage that exists. And are there things related to awareness or advocacy or investigations that you're hoping people can do? I'm just thinking about how can people be empowered to sort of stop that carnage?
So domestic violence affects everybody. It's not like it affects people that are of a lower income or a specific demographic or age. It affects everybody, all ages, all walks of life. It's in every community. It's one of those things that it's not often discussed. It's like mental health, like it's over there. We're not talking about it, and it's something that we really do need to talk about. And so we really need to start those conversations with our youth, because with the age of the internet and having everything at your fingertips now, children are exposed to things earlier on in age. And even a lot of parents don't even know what some of the signs are to look for. And I think it starts with teaching each other respectful relationships and what that looks like, and having boundaries with each other, and what's right, what's wrong, and how to treat each other, and starting those conversations early on with each other. Excuse me. And recognizing that not all domestic violence situations start as physical violence. There's a lot of things that are happening beforehand, and it all comes back to coercive control, power and control. That's ultimately what domestic violence is about. It's about one person maintaining control over another, and they use a lot of different means to do this. And you hear a lot with people with narcissistic behavior, gaslighting, and things like that. But they slowly start chipping away at someone else's whole sense of being until they have them under their full control. And some of those things that you're looking for might be isolation. So if you notice that your loved one, child of yours, is dating somebody new, and suddenly, they're spending less time around you, or they're spending less time around their friends or people that may be able to recognize that they're not acting properly, that's one way they use it. Some financial abuse or financial control or other ways to do it. And just starting love bombing, that's another one. Love bombing is a big thing that they do to kind of bring you in. And then once they have that control over you, you're kind of locked in there. And it then
It's that,
graduates
and the
on.
idea of love bombing is like a ton of love, but then I think sometimes we don't talk about the next part, which is like you withhold that love to control, right? You throw it at
Yeah.
them and then withhold it.
Yeah, and then you just mess with their whole sense of reality. When you're having conversations, you make them believe that what they're saying is not true or didn't happen. When something does happen and you get into a fight or whatever, you're completely loving and apologetic and going back, and then changing their sense of what happened and just manipulating them. And it happens. It happens. It happened with Gabby. We didn't know those at the time. We didn't know those signs, and we saw it after the fact, looking at it.
Julia Cowley, who was on right before you, she's a retired FBI profiler and host of the Console podcast. She gave a great example. If you see that early on in a relationship, and she gave the example of somebody asks you out on a date, the person who's asked out says that they're not interested. If someone tries to make you feel bad for the way you feel, like with something like, oh, am I not too good enough for you? Because I think in my mind, you ask somebody out for a date, they say no. The right answer is, well, if you ever change your mind, right? But if they make you feel bad for your feelings early on, that's a sign to run.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you
flags?
Yeah, right. Real red flags. I was curious from your perspective. You mentioned the idea of like isolation and not necessarily knowing what was going on in Gabby's relationship. Are there things that you would recommend that friends and family can do to demonstrate that they're available for someone or help them in those situations?
Absolutely. And the last thing they need from anybody is an ultimatum to say, like, listen, like, hey, you're in this bad relationship. If you don't get out of it, or, if you don't just leave now, then, don't bother calling me anymore. People that are in these relationships face ultimatums every day, and they often know sometimes the best way to navigate that situation themselves. And you can't force anybody to leave that. I'll tell you that we know people that are deeply involved in the domestic violence world, and been advocating for years, and they have family members that are in really bad domestic violence situations, and they can't get them out of it. You can't force somebody to leave. The best thing that you can do is continue to be a support network for them, to tell them that you're there to listen and you're hearing what they're actually saying. You're being empathetic, and just letting them know that, hey, I'm here for you when you're ready. And not giving them that ultimatum. Just I'm here to listen. I'm here I'm a shoulder to cry on. What can we do? What do you need? What do you need for me to help you? And just be a support when that person's ready. And typically it's 7 times. It takes 7 times for that person to leave and come back to that relationship before they're really ready to go, for so many reasons. But just always being there for them is key.
Yeah, I thought that was a really good point. Just thinking about what you're saying right now. They're getting ultimatums all the time. And, if you're faced with choosing between an ultimatum from somebody who loves you, but saying, they're going to throw up some boundary, and someone you fear or who is love bombing you or manipulating it, you can see how somebody would make the choice to sort of isolate from the person who loves you. I know you had mentioned the cases of Melissa Montoya and the case in the Navajo Nation that Darlene brought to you. Is there something that we as society, because in true crime and in true crime podcasting, to some extent on TV, although Dateline might do a better job sometimes, we aren't often pursuing cases, and I've got good insight from my own podcast. I've probably done, I don't know, 7 or 8 cases on missing or murdered Indigenous people this year, and I can tell you, I could graph on a chart what happens to the downloads. They go down 25 to 20% per episode, and I'm sure I know it's happening with larger podcasters, and we've kind of decided who cares what happens to the downloads. These are important cases, but are there things collectively in the true crime community or the creator community we can do to bring attention to the cases where it's not a blonde, blue-eyed, middle-class girl? Because it could even be a blonde, blue-eyed girl, but we know from places like the Long Island serial killer case, because they were sex workers. Are there things that we can do to humanize, or whatever you would recommend?
Yeah, it's we see it a lot. I'll tell you, and this one is really really baffled me. So I work with quite a few people that they follow Amber Alerts and you know missing children alerts a lot, and they go on whether it's YouTube Live or TikTok Lives, and they're really really good about trying to get information, find information, and locate these kids. And there was one, I think it was about 2 weeks ago. And when he goes on the lives, like you can see it, boom, all of a sudden he's got 300 people following his live. And, it's a kid, everybody's jumping on it. They want to try to find information and get information to law enforcement. And this child, it was an autistic child that had gone missing in Ohio. And he was like a 7 or 8 year old black male boy who went missing. And as soon as people came in and saw that it was a person of color, boom, it went down to like 60 people. And he just made a point to say it happens every time, and this is disgusting. And he was like, and the next day there was the same situation in another state with a white boy with autism, and it maintained all those followers. And it was absolutely disgusting because we're all human beings, and we all deserve the attention, and our loved ones deserve to be found. And for him, he's like, I keep pushing them out, and that's what we need to do. We need to look at these cases. These families are hurting just like anybody else. We have to make sure that we're being ethically responsible. We're being victim centered and oriented, thinking about the family, being empathetic when we're reporting these cases, and just knowing that this could be anybody. This could be one of our loved ones out there, and they should be treated the same. Oftentimes, when we see people of different ethnicities being reported, indigenous is a big one. That you can go onto some of the websites for national indigenous women and stuff like that, and they actually have ethical reporting for indigenous people for the media, like media tools for them. Because oftentimes they go right away to, oh, it was a sex worker, or it was, from a poverty area, or it was this, or it was that. Let's get the facts of the case out there. This is a human being. Let's get their description out there. Let's figure out what the circumstances are. And if those other portions of it are important because that might help find where they could be, or that maybe somebody dangerous has taken them, or whatever it might be, yeah, then report it. But the focus should be on that person first, no matter what they look like, no matter who they are, and just think about the family. That there's people that love that person attached to it. I think is huge.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think humanizing people, it's such an important thing. And the one thing I would say to listeners is, it's just like voting. The podcasters, creators follow the eyeballs and the ears of their listeners. And if your eyeballs and ears go there, it can make a difference. And politicians follow the creators. So it can actually have a real impact on resources getting thrown at cases. So I'll go back to something we talked about before. Brian Thompson, the CEO of United. I was reading in the New York Times last night that there are 600 investigators on the case. So when someone gets murdered in New York, even if it's right off the edge of Central Park tourist area, you're usually going to see like 4, 5, 6 detectives, some analysts from their technical assistance, resource bureau on the case, not 600 detectives. And I'm sure if that had been an indigenous person, a black homeless person, a sex worker who had been murdered, we would have seen that or less. Is there something that we can do as voters, as listeners, as just forget the labels, as human beings, to encourage law enforcement to have equity when it comes to resources on cases?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's it starts on your local level, just really starting on that level and asking the questions and following up. If they have the local police department has a monthly community meeting, gather some data if you know that there's some cases going on in your area, and start asking questions and putting pressure on them. And that's the one thing that we found is when we start to put pressure on them, then it starts to force them to answer questions or start to look into things, and a lot of times it helps. So by continuing to put pressure on our public officials, and even on our bigger media outlets to pursue these things and make noise, it's going to start bringing attention. I mean, I have a whole folder here from my research of things that I looking at here, just on the indigenous level, what goes on in their communities. And if that went on in any other neighborhood, if that went on in any middle class neighborhood, they'd be up in arms over these statistics of violent crimes that are going on, how they're going missing and trafficked at monumental rates. For an indigenous person, for an indigenous woman, you have a better chance of being violently assaulted or sexually assaulted than you do of going to college. And yet nobody's talking about it.
Yeah, it's frightening. It's really frightening.
Yeah.
Yeah, keep on going, Jeff.
I was just gonna say, any place else, if I told you that, so the average, domestic violence rate for women in America is like 1 in 4 are going to experience domestic violence in their life, right? That number is like 85% for indigenous women. Sexual assault rates are at like 65%. If you're an Alaskan Native, those numbers are like 100%. Like they will. When you're talking in their world that, they're one of the top 3 causes of death for an indigenous person is homicide, not heart attack, not stroke. Why isn't this not a national matter? Why in 2024 are we okay with this? But if it was happening somewhere else, if it was happening in Long Island, if those were the numbers for people living on Long Island, where I was from in New York, they would be up in arms about it. We got to do something. So keep putting pressure on them.
Right. If the number of or percentage of cats that went missing in Westchester County, New York was the same as indigenous women on some reservations or missing or murdered, it would be on the front page of the newspaper. It would have been. And so I like that idea of putting pressure on the media outlets, putting pressure on politicians. But I wanted to open it up to any folks in the audience who have any questions, or any of my podcasting advocacy colleagues. Any questions for you guys? Anyone want to know about how you can get involved in their work? There you go. We got one.
What is something that we can do to stop abusers from getting off or taking plea deals?
That is a great question, and that is something that really gets to me. So obviously, Gabby was died by homicide by strangulation, and statistics will show you that strangulation and people who strangle are single-handedly probably some of the deadliest people that walk the face of the earth on so many levels. So not just, if you get strangled even one time by an intimate partner, you're at a 750% higher chance of being killed by that person. They're going to kill you. The majority of our law enforcement, the people that kill them in the line of duty, like 40% of them have a history of strangulation. It's a felony in pretty much all 50 states, but yet 90% of them who are charged with that initially are never convicted of a felony strangulation. And they go back out onto the street and continue to commit crimes and hurt people, and in instances kill them. So we have legislation that states like this is what should happen. They should be put away, but yet we're not following up on it. And there's a lot of great organizations out there. Alliance for Hope International is one. They have the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention, and they have a family justice center model that they use. And it's basically wraparound services where everybody who would come in contact with somebody who's in a domestic violence situation is all under one roof. They got higher prosecution rates for abusers coming out of there, and they have a higher percentage of victims leaving their services, thriving and becoming survivors after the fact. They bring in DAs, the prosecuting officers, they bring in judges, and they train all of them. And so, in my opinion, we need to continue to train anybody on any level that's going to run into somebody who is potentially a victim of violence. Right from our first responders, our 911 dispatchers, our cops, firefighters, EMTs, all the way up to advocates, nursing, hospital staff, all the way up the line into the judicial field. When they start to see just how deadly the consequences are of these incidents, they need to be held accountable, and they need to hold these people accountable for what they're doing.
I know we don't do a lot of domestic violence. You mentioned it was like mental health. We don't talk about it. We don't do a lot of awareness in schools and things like that. And, your point about strangulation, and I might need a second. really hit me hard because about, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I have an Indigenous friend who just kind of like disappeared. We were messaging back and forth, and then she wasn't messaging me. And she's been sick, so I've been keeping an eye on her. And then she messaged me last week, and she said, "My boyfriend choked me." Right.
Yeah.
And he had gotten upset that she was on her phone so much, and so that's why she kind of disappeared. And then ultimately he choked her. And I'm thinking about her right now, because I've just tried to be supportive, but I would love for her to hear that fact, right? I'm not going to tell her, that I'm upset at her or judge her over it. I would love for her to know that that choking moment put her more at risk. And so I'm curious, just in your place, in a situation like that situation, where you don't want to be judgmental and you don't want to say something like you got to leave him, or how can we help people who are experiencing it become more aware of the risks? And then how can we help young women and men become more aware of the risks when they're younger?
So all great questions, and I'm very sorry she's going through that. First and foremost, you want to let her know that there's resources out there available. So the National Domestic Violence Hotline, 1-800-799-SAFE. That's SAFE. It's a hotline. They have a chat. It's all private. They have buttons that you can click off immediately. So it goes to like a weather app, so an abuser can't really track what you're looking at, and they can help guide and start safety planning for them. But oftentimes, a person who's being victimized and a person who has been strangled, they will refer to that term as being choked. He just choked me a little bit. So we have to understand that when they're saying being choked, well, what does that look like? How did they place the hands around your neck? Was it two hands? Did they put you into like a chokehold? Did they cover your mouth, your nose? So when we're looking at this from a medical standpoint, choking is actually a result of a foreign body airway obstruction going into your airway. That's choking. When we put our arm or a device, a ligature or something along those lines around the neck region, and we cut off either oxygen or blood flow to the brain, it is strangulation and it is a felony. Now, I mentioned earlier about if they do it to you even once, the likelihood of them doing it again and murdering you, those rates are exponential. But there are other physiological effects that can happen to a person who's been strangled even just once or repeatedly. And the one organ in our body that is most sensitive to oxygen deprivation is the brain. Our brain needs oxygen. So the carotid arteries run up right around here on our neck, and then they carry the oxygenated blood up into our brain. And then on the outside of that is our jugular veins, and those carry deoxygenated blood away from our brain back to go get more oxygen. It only takes about 4 pounds of pressure on your jugulars and a little bit more than, I think it's somewhere around 8 to 10 pounds of pressure to occlude the carotid artery. Our windpipe in here, the trachea, that's about 33 pounds of pressure on there to occlude that. And when you start withholding oxygen from the brain or not allowing deoxygenated blood to leave our brain, we start building up pressure in our head. That person is subject to stroke, which might not happen immediately. That could happen a couple of days down the line. Carotid dissections, which can be deadly. A whole slew of other physiological things, seizures, traumatic brain injuries from hypoxia. It goes on and on and on. And they might not even realize it right away. So if somebody's been strangled, they really need to go get checked out. They need some diagnostic checks and tests to make sure that they don't have any type of internal damage. And it could happen. It might not even happen 1 day, 2 days. It could be a month. It could be a year later that all of a sudden they drop and stroke out. And it's from that. It is really, really dangerous. And we need to do a better job of getting this information out to people. And I mentioned before, Alliance for Hope International, the Training Institute on Strangulation Prevention. They have a lot of free downloadable resources for people to look at that shows you timelines and how quickly you can go unconscious and ultimately die from being strangled. It doesn't take very long. And so it's very bad. If if she's been strangled just once, she is in a very, very dangerous situation. And I think for her, it would just be, you need to keep reassuring her that there's resources out there, that she is in danger, and just give her that number that I told you, or if you know of a local number by you, have her contact them.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that, Jim. Any other questions?
So I got a quick question for you. So there was recently a case in Minnesota with Adam Fravel. I'm not sure if you're aware of it. That's
Yes.
Obviously, he was just recently convicted by a jury in Mankato, Minnesota, and obviously, that he quoted that like you'll end up like Gabby Petito, things like that. I guess what would be your message to the Kingsburys that they tried to get her out of this domestic violence relationship, domestic abuse? What would be your message to the family that's still kind of grieving? They just got that verdict like a month ago. What would be your message to them?
Well, first and foremost, my heart goes out to that family. And actually, I did do a little video on that one because we did hear about that. And 2 days ago, I was sent another video from the Jay Lee case out of Mississippi. Just a graduate student. He was a graduate student out of Mississippi. And in that case, the person who's alleged to have murdered Jay Lee apparently had Google searched how long to strangle someone, Gabby Petito. So my heart goes out to those families. We know what the grieving process looks like. I hope that I'm never going to use the word closure, because you never get closure, even if the person's convicted. There's always that void in your heart and a lot of unanswered questions. And just know that it's not your fault that this happened. It was solely by the hands of another person who committed a depraved act of evil, and that to make sure that they're getting help, they're speaking to somebody, not to hold that in. Find somebody good. There are resources available through the Crime Victim Compensation Fund. Make sure that you're speaking to somebody and you're doing good self-care, because I'll tell you, 3 years after Gabby is where we're at now. It doesn't get easier. It doesn't get better. It doesn't suddenly, like, you wake up one day and go, I'm okay with this now. That grieving process looks different every day. We have our good days, we have our bad days, and just know that there are resources out there for you to get help from. And if they ever wanted to reach out to, my wife is an amazing resource. If they ever wanted to reach out to us and speak to us, seeing as though we have gone through something very similar, we'd be more than happy to talk to them and try to guide them in any way possible.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Yeah. Okay. Come on over.
Hi, Jim. It's Raul Ketchlisk. I just tagging on to what you were just saying. I'm not a true crime consumer. I'm not a true crime fan. I advocate, I research, and one of the things I've learned is that watching your family find a path forward, a catharsis, to go from the sadness of what you all experienced into actionable advocacy, not only for underrepresented classes of people, but what I've watched Nicole do and so many other families, of being a resource for other families. Watching Nicole and Tara become close with Bethany Hassel, who's searching for her brother Vlad. Through other organizations like Light the Way that I volunteer with, or Season of Justice. I think it's just as fundamentally important that folks like you that have lived real crime, real trauma, and have real experiences support all the other families and help provide a path forward for their own searches, their own answers, and possibly their own advocacy for other families. And I think that is such an important element of what you folks do. And I commend very much that.
Thank you. Thank you. I greatly appreciate that. And, we're the type of family that we couldn't sit back and not do anything. We felt like we had this platform. We had these people coming forward saying, how Gabby's story has changed their life. It's gotten them to safety. And we totally understand the opposite end of the spectrum too, where if somebody says, you know what, I just want to try to go back to some semblance of a normal life, that's okay too. But we just want to help as many people as we can.
Well, Jim, it's a poignant point that you really never get over the grief of, true grief, right? And my dad said something to me not too long ago that really grief is love that has nowhere to go. But sometimes there are moments where we find a way for that love to go somewhere. And I appreciate what you all do in terms of love. And then I guess my closing thought for you is I hope that you continue to find some measure of peace in your grief through helping others. And I'm just grateful for you guys.
Thank you. And we're so thankful for having this opportunity to come out and speak and just to continue to advocate for everybody. It really is. It is something it helps us get through the day. It really does. Especially this time of year. This is not a good time of year for us at all, but being able to help others certainly helps uplift us and keep us going.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Jim. Say hi to Nicole for me.
I certainly will.
Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Bye, guys. Thank you.
All right, so we'll take another 5-ish, 10-minute break, and then maybe Raul will be on.
So I'm not.
So we are gonna have to pull this and plug you in over here.
Testing. Testing. So what I need to do though is testing. I want to go step out and make sure I can hear you.
Monty's here early.
We're gonna have to put all this back.
Oh wait, we're bumping him back.
Yeah.
I mean, it's up to you.
No,
guys.
I don't-
Monty's here for a little. Okay. Are you good with about 5?
Yeah.
Okay, we can still use your computer for it. If we got it set up, it doesn't hurt.
That's YouTube through his.
I got you.
That's what we're hearing in the second stuff.
Okay. So maybe turning the volume down or getting
Mute your computer completely.
here.
Yeah, we can hop over to the screen you need to share.
Oh, so is that YouTube that we're using?
I didn't put that up there. I thought I had StreamYard.
Oh, no, that's going to be Rouse.
Shucks, I should stay in StreamYard.
Yeah, close your YouTube out.
Close my YouTube.
Yeah, close your YouTube.
That's
Yep.
still my screen.
And then we're
Yeah.
losing echo there.
Yeah, you got that.
X this out.
Yeah, now just make that screen big. The bottom right hand corner. There you go.
Jessica taught me well.
Do you guys want to do the conversation from over there, or do you want to do it stay there?
Or
Monty.
either way.
Okay, up to you. Up to you. I suggest you guys do it at the table.
Yeah, well, we'll have to probably adjust my screen.
Sit here
Really
then?
cool chairs.
Sit in the middle.
Yeah, you guys can just sit. Oh, well, sit up if you want to sit up front. Just take 2 chairs.
I want to make sure that it's still, we can hear your YouTube.
That you just press and change the time. You're not gonna hurt the mic at all.
All right.
Just talk in a second.
Yeah, I don't think so. Good. Can you grab a mic?
I don't know if we can-
I think there's more.
I believe it's off.
Testing for the people who are on YouTube. Testing.
Someone's gonna do it.
I hear something.
Someone's gonna do it.
You can hear it.
You know where it is on this floor, right?
So are you sure you won't be interviewed?
Sure. Yeah. Do you want me to be a part of it?
Yes, because you have a better knowledge of this case overall. I have questions to ask.
Okay, I'll intro you guys.
I think that's, yeah.
Okay.
But I think that's the hardest part for me here.
Does my positioning of the laptop need to be facing there?
No, because mine is what we're
Okay.
actually coming off of.
Because I don't need my ugly mug up there for the whole hour.
You don't know whether that's challenge, but this is off.
You want to Robert? Okay. You guys can start. He's got some questions for you. Yeah. Here, I might interject, but I want to give you guys this break.
you teach wilderness medicine or did you take the class?
I took the class.
So,
Yeah, I took it, yeah, right after Minneapolis. So, I really like it. So, the group of them are interested.
okay. That's what you teach at our down school.
Oh, really?
He did. Yes, he did. Yes. Yeah. Jeez. That's the way I am. It's just the caffeine. her for tennis here, Pete? She went, yeah, you guys said something about it. She did. I was there to eat tennis. Oh, and by the way, I got yeah. Oh, yes. Okay, so I got him. Good. Good. And when I so whatever. Oh, just let you know. Oh. We're gonna get you out of here early. Yeah, come here. Yes. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's right. You'll be here anywhere. Okay. No. No, Monty.
Do you need a third seat, chair?
Yeah, should we get the first here? I need a mic. I need a microphone on too. I need 2 mics. Do you see? There's 2.
You can take this one. I'm not using it.
There's one over in the corner right there.
Can you hold up for?
Where do you want me to sit at?
Grab a seat.
Oh, shit, right up there. You said don't go on my copy my pants over.
Don't worry, it's just coffee.
I know. It's only going to be you want to go there and start your first date.
It'll only be your face. So.
Oh, geez, are you guys sit there and have a mic too? Wow.
Okay, so I want to just start by introducing Robert and also introducing Monty. And Monty is the first, I think you're the first Indigenous guest I ever had on my podcast. I had really wanted to explore the topics around Indigenous people, particularly missing and murdered Indigenous women. And through the encouragement of one of my friends, they suggested that I look for people who were articulate on the topic. And I remember after we did our episode, my friend who had suggested it said that she was so glad that Monty was around because she's Indigenous, and she was saying, we need strong men who are advocating in this area. We need role models for other men in the community. And Monty's daughter, he'll talk about this in a little bit. Monty's daughter, Nada, had gone missing several times. I think after she was 16, missing several times, and then eventually was murdered in St. Paul. Brooklyn Park, in Brooklyn Park, Minnesota. Just push up. And Monty is Ojibwe. He's from Mille Lacs band. His daughter Nada was from the Leechy Lake, one of the Ojibwe. And one of the best pieces of advice that Monty gave me, because I came down and I interviewed him in January and I came down in August, was to take the time to understand the culture and understand the people and understand the intergenerational trauma that people have experienced. And I've been lucky enough to have a number of Indigenous guests on since on a wide variety of topics, including culture. And one episode that I recommend to everybody out of Alaska, a woman named Kendra Klosser, about some of the advances. The problem of missing and murdered Indigenous people is as old as settlers coming to this country, but we have an opportunity right now to have some positive impact. And I think Monty is a great voice in that area. Robert, I said, I wanted to hand this interview off to Robert. I'll still be a part of it. But one of the things, just leave it. You're good. You're good. We'll fix it. I'll get it. But one of the things that I think is really awesome about Robert, as a true crime podcaster, his focus is on the broken system and what's broken in our system. And I think he brings a great voice to these topics. And, for a topic that I care deeply about. I think he is very thoughtful. And I hope that everyone gets lots of good things from this conversation, including what they can do to become advocates themselves. So, Robert, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you, Jason. Sorry, I was getting confused because there's like, but I think it's
Too
fine.
many cameras looking at you?
Well, yes, keep going.
You're good.
Perfect. It's fine. Okay, sorry, Monty.
Okay.
So I'm Robert. My podcast is the Broken System Podcast, and I typically work with marginalized individuals and different socioeconomic paths and things like that that get kind of overlooked and
missing and murdered Indigenous women initially, now it's relative in my heart. This and these stories have been told since first contact, where we know where our Indigenous relatives were missing and murdered and other things, and were never reported, and it wasn't deemed as worth anybody's time trying to look or find answers for this. And many of our Indigenous relatives, and our First Nation us as tribal government employees. And one of the things we were stressing was the second generational. And second generational basically means that the mother of these children, quit using chemicals, typically alcohol, early in their pregnancy. But the damage had already been done. And one of the biggest things that we were taught, and in my daughters, was the fact that they are born with the frontal lobe that has been permanently damaged. And the biggest thing that frontal lobe does is work with impulse control. And the one thing that we were taught is these children will never have impulse control. And they're gonna just live a life of just losing impulse and getting into issues with that one and not be able to really stop themselves. And as well as a common behavior too was the fact that how their mind processes things is when they do not follow a rule or something like that, the thing that they'll never do is own their behavior. In their world, everything is somebody else's fault. And when we look at how we even talk or interview kids of this, as public safety officers, we were taught to interview a certain way. My wife, Mino Gizi Ukwe, sitting next to me here, was taught as a CP investigator also. But when you look at these children, you have to reframe how you talk to them, because you can ask them a question, and I saw it in my own daughter, was when you say, why did you do that? You can come back the next day and there's no answer, because the word why is an ocean to them. But that leaves them very vulnerable. And in my daughter's story, we realize that in our household is that her behavior started to escalate. And it was one of those things you never thought as a Native father in tribal public safety that you'd have to restrain your own daughter and use your handcuffs on her to keep her safe and keep our household safe, and have to call 911 to your own house. And all these friends and relatives and neighbors who would always say, hey, we'd love to babysit your kids. If you need help taking care of your kids, we'd be glad to be there. But when they see an ambulance at your house, when they see, tribal response vehicles and city police at your house, and they see your young daughter being taken out, restrained to the stretcher, screaming her head out, bloody murder, handcuffed, everybody just leaves you alone because they just don't know what to do. And so all these people who say they're going to be there for you, they're not. Because when they see or they saw my daughter being brought out in a stretcher, screaming and hollering on top of her lungs, you are truly by yourself in this. And everybody says who's going to be there for you isn't there. I was so grateful that the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe provided so much training. But it got to the point in our house where I know no parent wants to look at themselves as not being a good parent or a failure. But we know my daughter's behaviors are escalating to the point where we had to look at out-of-home placement. She was coming at us with knives and things because she had no impulse control. And the thing is, all these children who have the second generation of fetal alcohol syndrome diagnosis, they don't need confined placement for mental health. They're not chemically dependent. And what these children need is just a structured group home with a little supervision to keep them going in the good direction. But there's nothing out there. And my daughter bounced from place to place to place to place because there was no type of group home or place she could go to that was specifically dealing with these type of behaviors. And she would start to run from them. And sometimes she wouldn't get very far, sometimes she would. And the first group that really was there for me and as our family was the National Missing and Exploited Children Network, or NITMEC. They are an amazing agency because they are so responsive to us when a child goes missing. And they are non-judgmental. For every time my daughter ran, we had to go out and do a NITMIC poster for her. They never questioned. They were like, we're always there for you. And they always were glad to put those posters out when my daughter ran and, recovered several times from doing that. But one thing I did not realize in these times when my daughter was on a run, typically because, again, her impulse control and, in her mind, everything is somebody else's fault. Is I had a cousin of mine who now he passed on to spirit world about a year ago now, who reminded me, he said, cuz you have something no other indigenous family has. He said, you have a fraternity. I'm like, what do you mean, cuz I have a fraternity? He said, you have fraternity of public safety. Every other indigenous family, when they call 911, they don't know if that responding agency is going to care or put the time in for an indigenous or a native child. They may or may not, but he said, you had a fraternity of public safety responders who are your brothers and sisters that when I needed to put their posters out of the NITMIC, they were always and especially because my daughter liked to run to the more urban area of Minneapolis area. Every fire station I asked, every EMS agency, every law enforcement agency were like, hey, we're a family, my brother. We'll put her poster up in our fire apparatus space. We'll put them in our EMS barns. We'll put them up in our squad rooms, because in our world, your daughter is part of our larger family of public safety. And I never really thought about that until my cousin, Don Eubanks, brought that to my attention in a good way. And he said, you just realize how many indigenous families don't have that. They call 911. Whoever comes to that front door, that tribal law enforcement, BIA, city, county, suburban, with that one, we know we are in a crisis in law enforcement where many departments are so understaffed, and especially in Indian country. I know you have heard this many stories of times where all tribal public safety, fire, EMS, law enforcement, emergency management, were all so short. And when Indian country calls 911, you know, those tribal officers who have their passion for their communities are coming to your door. There are 12 cases, they're 12 calls behind. They got assaults going on. They've got, you know, serious crime going on there. And now you're reporting a missing loved one. And where does that fit into their busy call schedule right now? Because they're trying to patrol, you know, thousands of acres with 3 or 4 officers. And that's something we're here constantly. Same in EMS, tribal EMS, and tribal everything else. Is just that lack of staffing is a common thing we're hearing, I guess, not only in Indian country, but all across.
So Monty,
Yeah.
if I could ask you something
Yeah.
about that. When I interviewed Kendra Kloster, who is, she was at the time the director of the Alaska Native Women's Center.
Yep.
And we talked about the lack of tribal resources for law enforcement. And, you know, having to also hire people who were not members of the tribes and educate them and focus. And it's really awesome in Alaska when you, they got this legislation passed and it's so awesome. The first thing for every law enforcement officer is they need to have appropriate law enforcement training. The second thing is that they have to have training in indigenous culture. Any law enforcement in the state to be certified. But one of the things she was saying, in addition to cultural awareness, was often you could not find first responders for the tribes who were indigenous themselves. And she said something to me that I didn't even really think much about. She said, we treat petty crimes like capital crimes when it's an indigenous person. And I think you alluded to this at one point where we talked that sort of eliminates their opportunity to go into fields like EMS and other things like that. Are there things that we can do to help recruit more men and women who are like you? Because I think that there is that value. And I know that there are white, there are African Americans, there are other people who will take the time to learn the culture. But is there a way that we could bring more people who are aware?
You know, and that's a question that goes across all Indian country for the 580 federally recognized tribes, and also because of relocation, our very large urban Native population. And you know, when I'm listening to elders and listening to other tribal webinars, you know, you hear similar stories that I guess path of going into public service. And it's not just law enforcement or tribal public safety. It's going into being social workers. It's going into being therapists. It's going into be child protection workers. We're across Indian country that 1970s, you know, we want to go into these helping professions, these customer service professions, to be there for our own communities, because that historical trauma of those 1950s Cold War policies of the BIA and other agencies, where, you know, non-Native people were making such decisions for Indian country. And I know my own father, Lee Cook, was one from Minnesota that was known as a Furious 14, who went out to the BIA to try to create change in 1970. You know, and 14 strong indigenous men went out there who were probably that first generation who got their educations, to went out to the BIA and tried for several years until AIM took over, but could not cut through the bureaucracy. But we're seeing a lot across Indian country where it's just our younger generations are not looking at those helping fields as a career choice they want to make. And then also, like you said, it's youthful indiscretions comes back also, you know, and there's no other easy way to do that. We live in a just, whether you live in an urban area or on tribal lands, Some of those times, those youthful indiscretions do come back. But I know there are agencies who, realize that, oh yeah, that happened when you were a very young person and you're much mature now and just never had anything else. So why should we keep punishing you for youthful indiscretion? So many tribal organizations are being more flexible and open to realize that, that youthful indiscretions that happened many years ago are not affecting their choices today. And I had a good mentor friend of mine who was a public safety chief of a different department, just really say the same thing. And he's, I make the decisions for who the department hires. And I thought his statement was brilliant to say, I put on my public safety department officers who may not qualify for other departments, but they make the best because they have lived life.
Yeah.
And they said, you know what? When they're dealing with when they're dealing with a customer or somebody who's unsheltered, their life experiences is exactly what that person needs. When they can say, well, you don't know. Oh, yes, I do.
Yeah.
Because they live there and they realize, you know what? It was a youthful indiscretion, but this department realized that it was so many years ago. And they realized that I have learned from that and have grown from that. And I do better serving this community because I've walked, as we say, I walked in their moccasins.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I certainly feel that way in communities I've been in. And I thank you for answering that question. I know I kind of derailed the conversation with that one.
It was a good question. It was a good question because, it's something we see all across Indian country. Yeah. And it's something that we hear constantly and different, trying to have all of our departments reflect the communities they serve. And sometimes you just cannot find Indigenous people who have the right credentials and degrees to go in there, and unfortunately, and a lot, again, to the younger people, that sense of serving the community, of being in those helping professions is just not what this generation really wants to do as maybe their parents did.
And until I hand it back to Robert after this, I was going to ask you, for those of us who are outsiders, who are outside of the community, who may want to be of service to the communities, what can we do to be culturally aware, to be helpful, to contribute, to not, and this is one of the things that I want to be clear about, because it's not just contribute to fighting the challenges, because my experience in the last few years in terms of meeting the Ojibwe or the folks in Alaska or the Navajo is I've learned and grown from your cultures in enormous ways, spiritually, literally, factually. But are there things that we can do to stand in the breach to help until the cultures can be built back up?
It's a hard question because, again, when you listen to so many elders who I've listened to and things like that one, and now I've crossed this time in my age of knife of being called a baby or a junior elder now in my own community, is they always say, when you've met one tribe, you've met one tribe.
Yep.
And that is something that there's probably some cultural foundations that goes across Indian country, but you really have to, understand the particular tribe you're working with. Or if you're working in a large urban area like Minneapolis here has a very large urban Native population, and with probably hundreds of tribal relatives who call this area home. And you think that, okay, you work for a on reservation, that's one tribe.
Right.
But if you choose to work in a large urban Native population, every client you're working with or coming in contact could be a totally different tribal member.
So maybe it is, maybe the key is really just sort of on a more human level to, whether they are Native or otherwise, to just try to understand people and their cultures and take
Yeah.
that attitude of openness and
Right.
not presume.
And you know, and you always say, if you don't know, be honest. I don't know. You know, many, I think, Native Indigenous communities would prefer having somebody who's providing a customer service to them say, listen, I just don't know.
Yep.
Then try to wing it, because we see right through that. You know, many Indigenous people just see, oh, it's another wave of the same thing. You know,
Yeah.
but when somebody comes with a good heart and just says, listen, I don't know, or I'm a non-Indigenous person working for an Indigenous organization, like we see in many all across Indian country. But I think when they just say, you know, I don't know, and I'm going to take the time to basically sit and, lack of a better word, keep my mouth shut and just watch.
Wow.
And hopefully there's somebody within that Indigenous organization, whoever they're working for, that will guide me in a good way.
Yeah.
Give me some pointers with that one so I can make a step, because many of us in Indian country have heard so many stories of a, you know, non-Indigenous person who works for an organization just make a cultural faux pas, say the wrong thing, you know, didn't realize they crossed a line,
Right.
and that's just sets that relationship off back forever, or may never be repaired,
Uncomfortable.
because there wasn't somebody in that tribal community willing to give them a little guidance, who say, in our community, in our urban Native organization, this is how, you know, we kind of do things. And so just, you know, we'll mentor you and everything else, you know, because there are so few institutions that provide, you know, that cultural competency type education.
Yep.
I will give a credit that there's so many colleges in Minnesota that do remarkable trainings for working with Indigenous communities with that one. And some of the graduates who we've seen come out with a decent foundation. They're not perfect,
Mm-hmm.
but at least they can come in with some knowledge and be a little more understanding, and not just put in a non-Indigenous belief system into an Indigenous community, because that's what this $300 textbook says they got to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So really sort of like coming in with an open heart and open mind and not assuming. Robert?
Do you feel like the non-Indigenous police departments are doing better now with that awareness, or are they still coming in headstrong and kind of kicking in the door saying, here, we're here to help type situation thing?
You know, again, that's a question that it's all over the table in Indian country. But I will say for Minnesota, you know, they are making such great strides, because, you know, our governor in Minnesota always puts out an executive order about proper tribal consultation. And one of the most unique things that he has done is every state agency has to have a tribal liaison now.
Good.
And with Minnesota, we just found out that our former MMIR office executive director will now be our Minnesota Department of Public Safety tribal liaison. So Juliet Rudy is a great choice. Many year experience in law enforcement as a strong Native woman. So we are very fortunate here in Minnesota, where we are seeing, you know, such, you know, proper consultation with that one, and trying to provide as much cultural competency education as we can. So I really credit what this state has done. It is hard to hear when you're at different conferences, the differences. And when I realize that how fortunate we are to be in such a pro, you know, tribal government state because of what our governor has done, and also having our lieutenant governor. It's an amazing working for a state that has the highest ranking Indigenous woman in the U.S. with Lieutenant Governor Penny Flanagan. And there's nothing more humble, even when my daughter was murdered, to get a phone call from the governor's office, and you're going, it's the governor's office, and Peggy Flanagan calls you just to grieve with you. That's an amazing Indigenous woman as she is. She took time out of her day as lieutenant governor to call me and say, I am so sorry what happened to your daughter. And we talk for an hour on the phone.
That's amazing.
And that's just, so a lot of times I am so grateful to see what has been done here. But I still know, again, across Indian country, there are still stories out there. You talk to tribal advocates and there's still stories out there, and there's a list, there's always learning to be done. But I will say for Minnesota, we have done remarkable work here, and we are doing remarkable work. And it's just great to see what they're doing to provide that. Is it perfect? We always have learning. The one thing in public safety, we always say is you need to keep learning, because Minnesota is becoming such a culturally, amazing state with so many different cultures here, that anybody in customer service, I don't care if you're in human services or any type of customer service work, public safety, we are in a very, unique Minnesota state where there's so many different cultures to learn about,
Yep.
not just the indigenous community.
Do you feel that your role in being a first responder has helped you understand that a little bit better? And also with the situation with your daughter and how that developed, do you think those two things have helped you move that needle in your community?
I think when you hear that question, it's about, in my daughter's story, is that after she was sent to the spirit world, all the advocates who got me through this horrible, dark time in my life, who attended her wake and her funeral, and when they came to me in a good way, and they just said, Monty, when you are ready, because my daughter's Ojibwe name translated means she's a fierce, passionate woman, is my daughter Nada's hope in her wish. She wanted to help other indigenous women who were human trafficked. That was always her goal. Because Akwadizi Nishka Ishkadid Ikwe means she's a fierce, passionate woman, is my daughter's traditional Ojibwe name. And she couldn't do that. And all these advocates who came in these remarkable, MMIR skirts, supporting this and supporting myself, and just said, be your daughter's passion. Her life was cut too short for her to help others with the passion she had, to help other indigenous women who were human trafficked. Because my daughter was human trafficked between 14 and 16 years old, and she was murdered at 24. And they just said, because in this epidemic, the people on the front lines of this since first contact has been the grandmothers, the mothers, the aunties, the sisters, and the cousins. But the one who we don't hear from are the fathers. And especially one that is in public safety, like you are after all these years, which says this epidemic can happen to any of us. Because when you look at this epidemic, people always think, oh, it is that indigenous family, or is that type of indigenous family, or these are the factors, and you realize it can happen to any Native family, this epidemic of missing and murdered indigenous relatives. And they just came to me and said, when you are ready, take your daughter's passion to help others and tell her story from a Native father's perspective, because that's who we don't hear from on the front lines. And that has been a gift which I have been honored to tell her story. It's still very hard. But I also know that my time to tell her story is also coming to an end, because it's been almost over 3 years now. And I know when I tell her story, there are other indigenous families who I have met, and to say, it's your time to tell your story. If I'm given a assignment to tell it, I will probably still do that. But I think in this epidemic, there are others able to tell their story.
Lifting up other voices.
Right, exactly.
Yes, absolutely.
Because her journey was there, as my wife always says, that because of what you've done, Jason, in the podcast, that her life will always be known. And for my role as her father, that was a very powerful thing. The work you have done, the work of other podcasts I've been asked to do, to be able to tell her story, is that her spirit, her story, her life will never be forgotten. And then what the Guardian did also. So it's a gift that is going to be
One of the things that I find powerful and beautiful about her story, she had been trafficked. She had gone missing repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's a tragedy. But at the time she was murdered,
Mm-hmm.
She had really begun to rebuild her life. She had gone off to school.
Yeah.
She had graduated. You've told me that story
Yeah,
about
yeah.
making it to her graduation.
High school graduation, yep.
Yeah, and I think it's a beautiful thing that you have this opportunity to honor her. And, I know at some point other voices will come up, but she will always have a special place in my heart.
Well, and in her story, if people always ask, well, how did she get human trafficked? And it's one of those things where, as we think about systems that don't always work in our favor for Indigenous families, and I experienced that because she was at a foster home, and she had run from foster home and actually got on what's called the North Star, and from the St. Cloud area and got to the cities, and she was assigned runaway. And law enforcement was notified, and I knew where she was going, so I called Metro Transit. A friend of mine who worked for Metro Transit. I gave her the description, and this was on a Friday, and she was, 14 years old, and they picked her up, had her in custody, and they called her social worker, a non-native social worker who was doing courtesy case management, and the social worker just basically said, hey, it's 4:20 on Friday. I'm going to go home in 10 minutes here. Just take the handcuffs off and let her go.
Mm.
And the transit officer was like, listen, we have her in custody here. She's assigned runaway. You are her social worker. You got to do something for her. And again, she said, well, now it's 4:25. I'm done at 4:30 here. I'll deal with it on Monday. Take the handcuffs off her and let her go. And they're like, lady, you are her social worker. You are her case manager. We have her in custody. She is safe. You got to do something for her. And now it's like 4:30, and she says, well, I'm done for the day. Just take your handcuffs. I'll deal with it on Monday. And, the officer's like, lady,
because they can't legally keep her
no. And this is where many of our families' stories revolve all across the Indian country, where agencies have failed our families, especially typically like the off-reservation ones who see, and it's improved, but few of us like myself, when they realize that all they see is a native family. And it doesn't matter that this native family is a tribal public safety officer with over almost 30 years of experience, with a master's degree and many fire EMS certifications. All they see is what's on the outside. And basically it's not worth their time.
Right. And
that's how she got into human trafficking. They let her go. She gave him the finger and walked off. And it just was where at that time in Minnesota, we had 2 human trafficking investigators, one in Minneapolis, one in St. Paul. And that's when they started getting hold of me saying, listen, we are, seeing your daughter on adult sex pages, Backpage and other places, and that's when we knew the reality that my daughter at that time was being human trafficked. And this went on for 2 years. They were seeing this, but the big thing was at that time is that the technology wasn't there and the resources that are available were not there for her. They said, we don't know where she's at. We don't have the technology to really know if all this social media is in the local area or was she transported someplace else. And they're using the Backpage or other sex for sale pages to advertise for her. But the one thing they always did say is that as long as we see her being, lack of a better word, advertised, we know she's alive.
Right.
And at 16, that stopped. In the story, it was over a year and we had no contact. They didn't know anything. All the selling, the back pages had stopped. And at that time, we also had the Jacob Wetterling Foundation involved in the process. And Patty Wetterling is an amazing advocate. I mean,
She lost her son.
she lost her
right?
son. In fact, it was a unique thing. I always tell her, when I started my public safety career in October '89 is when Jacob got taken. And I can remember sitting in, back then it was teletype, and we're getting all the teletype of this young boy from St. Joseph who was taken and missing. And I remember just all Minnesota was being informed and all this. And, and Patty was just an amazing person to always call me to say, how are you holding up? And I finally had to ask her, I said, Patty, when it's been over a year and there's been no word, social media posting, anything. And I just said, what do I need to be prepared for? And Patty, being Patty, is just, she is so honest and caring, but very through her experiences. And she said, Monty, from our experience with the Jacob Wetterling Foundation, think in your mind planning for a funeral, because the chances of recovering your daughter back after this much time is very slim. So as a father, your mind goes from waiting for that call to thinking about traditional Ojibwe funeral, male pallbearers, spiritual fire, feeding everybody, and just that. Then in about a year out, a suburb called Columbia Heights, Minnesota, it was a snow emergency. They were impounding cars, doing inventory, and little did they know they actually found a deceased young woman in the back of a trunk they did from an impound lot. And by her description and age, it really sounded like my daughter. Well, I knew an officer with Columbia Heights Police Department. I gave him a call and I said, hey, my daughter's been missing for over a year and a half. And I heard you had recovered a deceased female body in the trunk of a vehicle. Let me send down you her NITMIC poster, and I said, if it's her, I will come down and identify the body. And he's like, let me check. And I'll tell you, that is the longest 5 minutes of my life. You're sitting there watching your watch just like taking hours to come back. And he came back and says, well, Monty, it's not your daughter, which was a huge relief. But at the same time, there's another family that's going to be totally devastated getting the word that their daughter, about the same age as my daughter, was found deceased in that trunk in Columbia Heights. And I just thought, I'm still waiting for the horrible call, but this family is going to get the worst call they ever got for that one. And then, as we said in my story, it's about a year and a half and there's nothing, and you just live in every indigenous family I've talked to. We all have walked in the same moccasin path of you're just waiting for the call. Every day you have this boulder on your shoulder of this, is she alive? Is she dead? And you go to work every day on shift and you're just carrying this every day. And it just happened that I get a call from the St. Paul Police Department and they said, we have a possible sighting of your daughter. A florist shop just happened to, of all things, have her old missing, her NICMIC poster, and something clicked. And I said, we're going to go check the surveillance camera. Mind you, this is the VHS days, so they weren't too clear and grainy. But they went in, saw it, and they said, but we have an address. And they said, we're going to go check it out. We don't know what we're going to find, but we'll let you know. And they went over to her home, to a house in St. Paul, and I don't know what technique they used, but they said it was a non-English speaking home. And they showed the poster to this young, it was a Hispanic type person, the young girl at the front door, and they could tell by the byline something was up. Yep. And I don't know what they said, what they did, but they got into the house. Now, being law enforcement, it's about their officer safety. It's about clearing a house safely so everybody goes home safe at the end of the shift. So I'm pretty sure it was felony weapons out. They cleared the first floor safely, didn't find anything. They went down to the basement. There's a large game room in the basement, several other bedrooms. They're clearing that out. and a very young St. Paul officer just happened, was walking out and looked behind this big couch in this gaming room and saw a pair of shoes that were standing vertical. And shoes don't do that. Now, being an officer like we do, all of us who were in this field, is about our safety. And again, it was weapons drawn. They kicked the couch out of the way, you know, and it was what we do. Show me your hands. Show me your hands. You know, they couldn't tell the person was on their stomach, but they got the person cuffed and sat this person up. And to everybody's surprise, it was my daughter.
Wow.
And she was alive. And that is something we rarely hear in Indian country.
Right.
Because we don't hear of our loved ones being rescued. Now, my daughter hated that word. You know, she never thought she had to be rescued. Right. You know, recovered was a little more bearable for her. But when they brought her to the station, typical of any human trafficking person, she didn't say anything. Because that's what they're trained to do. Mm-hmm. Their traffickers make them understand that this is what they do. And she wouldn't say anything. And they released her, and we had to find a placement for her. And we actually found a group home in Bemidji, Minnesota, that actually works with young women as they're looking to get closer to being aging out of the system. And it was kind of a group home and mostly it was all indigenous young girls, and was doing pretty well there. And going to an alternate school in Bemidji, it was just something was eating at her, and she went to the school resource officer, and she just said, "I just got to tell you something going on." And as she started telling basically what her human trafficking story was, he realized that he was not qualified to do this. And everything was there in the right place. They had an investigator who was trained at Corner House, one of the best places to go to learn forensic interviewing, especially with women with sexual violence or physical violence. With that one, they have a place there called Hope House, which is for interviewing victims of violence, especially women and families. And it was it was not the typical public safety interrogation room.
Right.
It was a very warm, welcoming type of environment. This officer had the right interview skills and let my daughter talk. And in his mind, he was thinking it'd be like a couple hour, and my daughter talked for 12 hours. She talked 4 hours for the first night and 8 hours the next. And and he did the right thing, is that he just let her tell her story till she finished. And, you know, and he got back to me, and he's like, "Yeah, I have like 14 pages of what she interviewed." And being that she was not 18 yet, I got the report, and I tell you, it is no report that any father wants to read of what happened to your daughter sexually, physically, emotionally, you know, to her body, to her mind, to her soul, of in graphic detail. Nothing prepares you for that. And I have read many a public safety report and 911 calls I've been on in my career, but not to read about your own.
Right.
And, you know, but people say, well, how did the human trafficker, you know, control her? And in the report, it said very well that the human trafficker would beat her in her abdomen and in her back area. They never want to damage her face, her breast, or vaginal areas, because that's what sells.
Right.
So they would control her by beating her in her abdomen, in her stomach, and her back muscles to comply with whatever the trafficker wanted or needed from her to do. And she didn't finish high school there, and she got to be 18, but she wanted to go back down to the cities, where she, in a previous story, where she ran to several times. But through all the trauma that she had lived through, all these placements, the human trafficking, her Ojibwe name, you know, fierce, passionate woman, was exactly what she was. And she, on her own, found a technical college that actually helps adults who did not get their high school diploma to go back, and if I remember right, it was 18 to 25, and actually get a high school diploma. And she did this on her own. I couldn't imagine somebody living with this much trauma doing this, but her strength, her passion was not going to defeat her. And she went to this alternate school and completed her high school diploma. And, but before she graduated, she got into a little funk, and she said, I don't want you there. And it was kind of heartbreaking. But as her father, I said, well, that's not going to fly. I want to see my Native daughter graduate, because in Indian country, a high school graduation is still a big deal. Yeah. And when you see any Indigenous parent, we're the ones screaming and hollering and whooping up for our high school graduates, because there's still an amazing accomplishment. So I had driven down to the school, and I was hoping it'd be in a big auditorium, so I could sneak in the back and she wouldn't see me. And sure enough, it was a little bitty classroom. And I couldn't get in there, and I just thought, well, but I sat in the hallway, and I could just see in there. And I got to see, her walk up and get that diploma. And as any Native parent, you get choked up with this, because it's just an emotional moment to see your daughter walk up in her cap and gown and see her do this on her own. And it wasn't like a traditional, this was on her own by her own passion. And I brought a traditional gift for her. I went downstairs, I found her principal, and I said, listen, I'm her father. I have a traditional gift for her. Can you just give it to her and say I was here? And I left. And I was about halfway up to the Mille Lacs Band, where I live over in Chiminasing. And of course, our kids today don't call, they text you. And she just texted me and said, Dad, if I knew you were there, I would have wanted you to see me graduate. And that made me just thrilled. But I have a beautiful picture of her walking up and getting that diploma. And as any Native parent, the guardian, caregiver, it was a very proud moment. And then, as you say, she was doing good on her own. She had a relationship for a while on her own with a good man who weathered her storm with her. She actually found full-time employment. And I mean, for her age, to have a full-time employment, full benefit, this is on her own.
Nice.
I mean, nothing that I did or her mother did. Her strength, her passion to overcome all the trauma, to find a full-time career. And she was, doing very well until May 21st of 2021, when, unbeknownst to us, the worst day of my life ever happened. And, it was a long shift at work, and I was trying to get home, and we had a house fire in Mille Lacs. And being what I do as a tribal firefighter, I assumed the instant command. I got on scene. Luckily, the house was abandoned. We do what good fire officers do. I walked around, gave the smoke report, got a hold of Garrison Fire Department, gave them all the conditions, fire hydrant locations, assumed instant command until they got on scene. And this fire lasted for 3 to 4 hours until we got everything. Luckily, it was abandoned, nobody hurt, and got everything put out, getting all the hoses back in the apparatus. And all this time, my ex-wife was texting me, call home, call me. I'm like, I don't want to talk to you. I'm in a fire right now. This is important. But then when my daughter texted me, it's about 9:30 at night, and she said, Dad, call home. It's an emergency. And when my other daughter said that to me, that's a serious deal. Yeah. And so I called, and by this time I'm tired. The fire was a long one. But what I heard on the end of that phone is, for all of us in public safety, if we ever have had to be in a situation where we have lost a person on a call, a medical, a fire, for law enforcement, and we are the ones that have to give that death notice. And I have done that several times in my career. And when you do that, you never forget what you hear, what you see of the raw emotions coming from that family member, coming from that spouse, coming from that child, when you have to go to them and tell their loved one, for lack of a word, has died or is dead. And what I heard on the phone was exactly what I have heard in my career wailing, crying, screaming, hollering, can't talk. And this was Nada's mother. And all I could say is, she's dead, isn't she?
Yeah.
And I got a yes, and I went back lights and siren, and we had no idea what happened. Nada's mother had a very young officer from our little town, had to tell her the horrible news. And by this time, it's about 10 o'clock, and we have no idea what happened. All we knew is our daughter was dead. And those of us in public safety, we go into what our training mode is. And I'm just thinking now, okay, I got to get people notified. Okay, this is Ojibwe funeral time. So all of those things I had thought in my mind, and I had to get a spiritual leader to start guiding us in this. And so I just knew that my daughter's passion and her strength deserved a spiritual leader of a strong Indigenous Native woman. And for the Mille Lacs band, Babata Boyd was one I just knew was that strength. And I called her and I said what happened. And I told her I'd offer her tobacco or SEMA if she would be my daughter's spiritual advisor for her funeral, which she would definitely honor to do so. Then, I had to call basically a good friend of mine who worked for the Minneapolis Public Safety Department and just say, hey, my daughter's murdered, and I need you to do these things for me. I need you to let our public safety family know about this. I need you to organize the pallbearers. I need 6 Native male pallbearers. Luckily, all my fellow emergency managers were available. I said, we have to feed everybody. And, he was like, my brother, I've got you. Just take care of your family. We've got you. Then it was have to wake up all the grandparents. Now it's 11 o'clock at night, almost 11:30 at night. And you have to wake up your parents or my Nada's grandparents and tell them almost by midnight that their granddaughter is dead. Now, to wake them up out of bed, and some have hearing issues, and to have to call up 3 sets of grandparents and repeat and repeat and repeat that their granddaughter is dead. And they're just like, what? And repeat and repeat. And then they're asking how. I said, I don't know yet. And finally we get everybody notified that this, the next day, finally got a hold of Brooklyn Park and got the whole story. And by that time, Channel 9 had a little blip on that. A call came in, a barricaded suspect, shots had been fired at an apartment building in Brooklyn Park. And obviously the person was not willing to come out, and they had to get the SWAT team to go in and breach a window. And when they breached the window into the apartment, what they found was a murder-suicide. And my daughter, my beautiful daughter, was shot with a modified AR-15 rifle 3 times in the chest, killed instantly. The suspect, a guy I did not know she was seeing. Oh, didn't you know who did it? And I said, I did not know this individual who had done this. And obviously, when law enforcement breached, he took the rifle, put it underneath his chin, and pulled the trigger, and also ended his life. What I didn't know is that one of my good friends, John Cunningham, who at that time was a Brooklyn Park fire chief, and we have known each other for over 28 years, who is now our Minnesota DPS assistant public safety commissioner, was one of the incident commanders that day. And we have a bond now that will be for us until we both part in the spirit world, because he had heard everything going on. And when he heard and identified who the bodies were, he was just going, whose daughter could this be? By
Right.
the age description.
Right.
And he's just like, oh my God, it's somebody, and he just tells me when he did an interview later, he said, I couldn't call you my brother. I couldn't call you to tell you that I'm sitting here in the instant command vehicle, and I just heard your daughter was identified as the one who was dead. When the evening of the third day, because our traditional Ojibwe funeral process is a 4-day process, so the evening of the wake, the third night, didn't know who was going to be there. We had a spiritual fire going, and the community center where I lived by was unfortunately being remodeled, and so our district rep called me from and just was like, I know the community center where you would normally go is under construction, but we want you to have this up at our East Lake Center or the Minneapolis, we call it a community, which means, Ojibwe language, the people of the swamp center. And I was so grateful for that district rep because we know each other for 30 years. And actually it was the right place to have her wake and her funeral because I brought my girls to, we call ceremonial drummer Big Drum up in that community for many years. And it was the right spiritual place to have her spirit sent on her way. And when I walked in there and saw, my family, friends, relatives, but the most amazing thing was the uniforms. This was on Memorial Day weekend. And to have brothers and sisters in public safety show up in full uniform, it just, right to the heart. It just was a horrible day anyway, but to see the support and the care. And they brought the food like they were asked to do. And they were very so respectful. And once Babata got done with both ceremonies on her wake and her funeral, especially on the wake night, she gets done and sits in front of the entire people attending this, and she's in a beautiful ribbon skirt, and everything is done in our traditional Ojibwe language. But Babata is an amazing, gifted storyteller also. And she sat and told the entire story of why we do the traditional funeral this way, and everything in English. And the one thing that all the responders said, that was the most beautiful story they've ever heard of how graceful she was telling it and the meaning behind everything. Because when you're sitting there as a non-native responder and you're getting these lessons and putting your tobacco in the fire and not knowing why, because everything's in the Ojibwe language, but at the end, hearing this traditional story by this very traditional spiritual person, and she's a gifted storyteller. And then after even the funeral, the one thing that my brothers and sisters in public safety said a lot was the fact that when her spirit is sent to the place of everlasting happiness, our grieving is done.
Right.
Because her spirit is going to a happy place. Her spirit is going to a place where she's going to meet, all her relatives of thousands of years are waiting to welcome her. She's going to a happy place. And we continue to grieve for her. She will want to come back and not want to go there. But one of the memories I do have of that also is my father, Lee Cook, was also, with his age, he was having early onset Alzheimer's kicking in. And his wife, Patty, was able to bring him to the funeral, but he was very scared. He didn't know where he was in the car. And I told our two community members, Renee and Morningstar, I said, my father is out in the car. He has Alzheimer's, early Alzheimer's. I said, if he comes in, he's wearing this outfit, can you just gently lead him to where we're sitting at in the front? And eventually he came in. But even in his state, he did get up, and it's one of the best memories I ever have of he actually went to his granddaughter's casket
Mhm.
and he spent 20 minutes with her and just stroked her hair and told her how beautiful she was and told her how much he's going to miss her. And it was just a remarkable moment of clarity for my father. And he passed away later in October of COVID and also Alzheimer's. And so I know they are together now in the spirit world, and that's a very beautiful thing that they found each other up there. And it's one of those beautiful moments that I have.
It's amazing.
And
Thank you.
yeah, and so it's been a journey, but the one thing that so many families who I have met in this epidemic, and it's so strange and it's still hard to hear this, was that when they come up to you and they tell me as a Native father how lucky I am. And I'm like, how am I lucky? I buried my beautiful 24-year-old daughter. We are not meant to bury our children.
No.
But they always said, but you know where your daughter is at. So many indigenous families across Indian country and our urban areas who I have met in this journey have said, we have no idea where our loved one is at. They've been waiting, years, 5, 10, 15, 20 years, living with this unbelievable, boulder of their missing loved one.
That
with no
ambiguous
answer.
grief.
With that grief, they live it every single day.
Yeah.
They wake up, they go to bed with us every day. And they look at me and say, you're so lucky because you know exactly where your daughter is at, which is true. She's right across from my house, 2 minutes in her cemetery. And I go visit her. And that's unique way to live, is that I was able to send her off in a good way, which all these families haven't been able to do. And they want to do. And they want closure and they want answers, and they don't have them. And I do, and it's like, well, didn't you want justice? I said, no, I said it was a murder-suicide.
And there never really is.
No, and there really isn't. I was lucky enough to say it was done deal. There was no investigation that lasted years and years and years.
Right.
It was done.
You knew.
My daughter unfortunately was dead. He was dead. But also in the story, I still had to talk to his mother, because he had things in her apartment that the lease under my daughter's name and his mother couldn't get. And so I told the investigators that I will talk to his mother. And I called his mother up and I said, hey, I'm Monty, I'm Nada's father. And I said, I know you want to come to her apartment and to get your son's belongings, and I think she was so caught off guard that I was calling the father of my daughter who her son had murdered, and she's just like, I said, we both lost our children.
Yeah.
And I said, everything of your son's is bagged up. Just come to the apartment and get it. And she was just, well, thank you. I said, it's there when you're ready.
Yeah.
And when you hang up from this, you realize that the funerals are so different. When a victim's funeral compared to a perpetrator's funeral. And I know for my daughter, I was able to give her the traditional funeral that an Ojibwe needs to go on their spiritual journey. But his family has to go to a funeral which has a totally different feel, because he was not the victim.
Right.
He was the perpetrator of this. So it's just been a journey meeting you and doing these podcasts and bringing the awareness of this to that one. And just from a Native father's perspective, that's just one perspective. But it's been a gift of you and others who have asked that, because it's just when you realize the father's perspective is something that's not talked about.
Yep.
Very much in this epidemic.
Yep.
And, it's a burden I have to carry, but it's also, I think, as to keep her spirit, her memory, to help her passion. But again, it's time to put that for myself on the shelf in a good way, to let others tell their story about the ones they've lost.
Yeah. In many ways, right? Your fearless warrior
Yeah.
is continuing to tell her story.
Yeah.
Robert, I am so sorry
You're
for
fine.
pulling a Jason.
Yeah.
It's okay. So as we come to the end of this, and thank you for sharing your
Yeah,
story.
no,
It's
yeah.
very much yours and her
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
How can we, as non-Indigenous
Mhm.
people, help and get involved and make sure that these things are being recognized
Mhm.
and treated properly
Mhm.
from our side as listeners, as just individuals in your community and other communities? How can we help?
It's really about, like in any path, it's about education. It's about trying to learn. Because when you think about Indigenous people, they don't always look like myself.
Right.
Many of our Indigenous relatives are they look like blonde hair, blue eyed. You would never know they're Indigenous, but they're eligible for enrollment of a federally recognized tribe with that one. But it's just like when I talk to my fellow brothers and sisters in fire and EMS. I said, we have a bigger role in this epidemic of missing murdered Indigenous relatives, I think, than law enforcement does, because we have longer contact with our patients. If we're doing a medical call, 911 call in the back of our ambulances, it's a long patient contact. If it's a fire situation and we're doing overhaul and salvage and we're doing proper care of those victims of a house fire, we might come across a victim of human trafficking through that one. In tribal emergency management, when we're doing sheltering operations, we might be looking at individuals who are coming in who are being human trafficked, and in our sheltering, we know what to look for. It's always about education. And the good part is, because of what the United States government has done now for improving this, we have so many agencies now on the federal level and the state level that's providing so much education and are willing to teach this or bring this awareness training to many agencies for no cost.
Yep.
And I think that's what's important to understand, to gain some more tools in your toolbox to understand what this epidemic is, especially if you're working in a service-oriented career, in the field, boots on the ground, we call them, working with the unsheltered populations, and this is whether you're close to a reservation or in a large urban native population, it's the same thing. It's just understanding and getting the most information you get out. And with that is being able to know what to properly say, how to properly talk, and the words to use. So they know that you are asking I always say in a good way, those sensitive questions about human trafficking. And knowing that if you do find one, that you say yes, and this could be male or female,
Right.
To know what to do next, to understand which agencies provide services, and to say, I'm going to keep you safe, because I've got training with this now. I know who to contact with that one, and I'm going to keep you safe. And that's something that I am reading more often now, especially in fire and EMS publications, of those agencies which are going to medical calls, which are doing this by education, is helping victims who are possibly being human trafficked. And especially in areas with large urban native populations, and also in, close to reservation communities. I just was out I was out in Chicago for a FEMA Tribal Summit, and a good friend of mine is on the Chicago Fire Department in their EMS division, and wants to bring training out there for their Chicago Fire, EMTs and paramedics,
Frontline
because they didn't realize that Chicago has a very large urban native population due to relocation policy back in the 50s, and to give their medics and EMTs some more training. It's just by storytelling. It's something that meeting him, and Jacob has been a good friend of mine now, and I'm honored to be one of his brothers, and by wanting to bring this important topic to his agency, one of the largest professional fire departments in the United States, to give his medical teams more awareness. So if they're out in the field, they can bring that into that also. So my story was just been gifted. We were out in Seattle, and again, we talking with Seattle Fire Department, just again, large urban native population. So it's just storytelling.
Let's talk about
being a brother in the fire and EMS world, just in my little world, but also having this unique connection of they may hear the word of human trafficking, but have never met somebody who's been affected by it, and especially a brother in the fire, EMS, and emergency management world.
And very much telling stories and also keeping an open heart.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
You
I don't know
know?
if I ever told you the story of like how I ended up reaching out to you, but it was very much an open, you'll get this as Ojibwe. Someone had made a comment in a text thread that a bunch of us were in about Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And it had been.
This would be a story.
Right. Yeah. And so, and I had made a comment back, and then a friend of mine who's native said, those things kind of bother me because this is what Bigfoot means in our culture. And separately, she messaged me. She was like, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you in front of all these other people." And I said, "No, please do."
Yeah.
Just educated
Yeah.
a bunch of people, and that began a dialogue that eventually led me to you. And I'm just glad in that moment my heart was open, and that led us there. So we're going to wrap up. Raul is going to give a quick presentation on how to look at missing and unidentified cases. We'll take a second to set up. And then for those of you guys who are here, we're going to have dinner up in the penthouse suite. Order whatever you guys want if you want to come up to it, including you. Mo.
Yeah. Well, and again, I really want to thank you again for, our past, our unique where we crossed for several times here, but just your openness to learn and to listen. Because when you look at the populations who you've interviewed in this epidemic, it is so vast and different. And I think you have really come with this with a good heart of saying, yes, when I've met one tribe, I've met one tribal nation, or in the urban areas, and they're willing to sit there and say, I'm gonna let them tell their stories, and it's not, it shouldn't be looked at as trying to, to look at pointing fingers. This is about continuing learning and understanding there are so many more resources through this, especially in the federal level, thanks to President Biden, thanks to Secretary Holland on the federal level, and in many states now. The red feather alerts in California, you're seeing it across Indian country now, where resources I didn't have with my daughter's case. I had NITMIC, which is still amazing, and I had the Jacob Redling Foundation. But what's available now on the federal level and what states are doing to help combat this is so a good story, because of all those strong indigenous women who stood up and said, no, we want action, and got this action done, got those laws changed, stood up, got alerts done, got training done, got states to have recognized offices, got the right ears to listen to it. Strong indigenous women were the foundation to get change.
Yep.
They absolutely were. And I will give so much credit, because every time I'm on a conference call, that's what I know is strong. And again, Peggy Flanagan in Minnesota, absolute amazing woman to come, with myself. And when Deb Holland came to the Mille Lacs Band and found me, Secretary of Interior, and found me and just want to talk about my daughter. That's how much she cared, because she's a strong Indigenous woman and the first Secretary of Interior to be a Native person, which was my father's dream, And and for my role, I'm just a father, but I will always give credit to the strong Indigenous woman. They've been on the forefront since first contact, trying to get change, and they're the keeper of these stories. But again, I look at my story saying there's other Indigenous families who are trying to tell their story about their missing or murdered Indigenous loved one. And my daughter's spirit can rest.
Send them my way.
Yeah.
Our way.
Well, it's amazing how the stories will find you. I always say that.
Yes.
I always say, don't go searching for them, they will find you.
And that has absolutely done
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
No, no,
Appreciate
thank you for
it.
your time. Yeah.
How are we doing this?
All right. Am I set up?
I think so. You should be able just to turn your screen back on. Well, I can turn this screen to where it gets you, and then you can be.
I don't need to be on screen. It'll
Okay.
be mostly the map.
Introduce yourself, and are you introducing?
Yeah, sure.
I can minimize this,
Okay.
right?
Throw me a link. All right, this is Raul Montero, troublemaker. Raul is known online, and you should follow him. You can follow him on Instagram, Facebook, and also X. Are you on Blue Sky yet? Have you
Yes.
joined us? You're on Blue Sky. He's known as Catch Lisk. And in his role as Catch Lisk, Raul originally got interested in the Long Island serial killer case. He had what I would call a heavy dose. He was infected with a heavy dose of empathy. And Raul, and I'll let you tell the story, but your interest in Lisk and advocacy for Lisk has turned into this amazing, and you can see it up on the screen right now, this amazing online visualized database of missing people and also unidentified remains across the country. And that the work that you've done, you gave the example, I don't think you mentioned it on here, but cases have been solved because of this work, and it's just one man doing his best to contribute is actually solving cases. So,
Thank you. What a day to follow up. Is it on?
Did you actually push up?
It's on.
Go for it.
It's the same one. Yeah, there you go. What a day to follow some incredible presenters and speakers. And thanks for the introduction. My journey began as an interest and concern into the serial murders on Long Island, known as the Long Island serial killer. It has since evolved into actionable advocacy, engaging with empathy and building meaningful relationships with many family members. With regards to that case, there was an abundance of information, rather overwhelming and scattered across innumerable outlets, Facebook groups, web sleuths, and Reddit threads. Many of it conjecture and unsubstantiated, where rumors and misinformation became part of the lexicon of the case, all too often distracting attention away from who the victims were. The victims themselves were labeled and judged and misaligned from the start. Few saw them as sisters, daughters, mothers, and cousins. And as I learned their lives, I saw them for who they were and remained steadfast in honoring their lives and protecting their legacies. So I needed one central location for myths, facts, links to articles and reporting and official statements. So I began creating a central hub, mostly for myself, so I could separate facts from what was becoming folklore. And so I began creating these resources. The map, which is there behind me, the map was born out of a need to have a visualization of Ocean Parkway, where the remains of 10 victims were found along the desolate and remote stretch of highway on the south shore of Long Island during the search for Shannon Gilbert. The map began with Shannon Gilbert, and then expanded to include possible Gilgo victims, and then the New York City 5 boroughs. And during that progression, I had the first solve. It was an elderly, unresolved suicide from the 1980s, where the NamUs page wasn't created until 2 years ago, so decades without knowing. And that further propelled me to add more and more unidentified. In support of the incredible podcast, The Girlfriends, which focused on Gail Katz, who was murdered by her husband, and Heidi Balch, the first victim of serial killer Joel Rifkin, I focused my attention on adding the uncertain, which are the yellow icons from along the eastern seaboard. It was then that I knew I had to get every single unidentified in the US on the map. Since then, I have every unidentified person listed on NamUs, plus many that were found within county law enforcement agencies. I'm three-fourths complete with California, and once California is done, I will begin layering all of the missing persons state to state. So a quick overview of the map. It has 4 to date official solves, has either activated or reinvestigated 2 unresolved investigations. And to date, I've submitted literally hundreds of submissions for comparisons to NamUs and law enforcement, and have fostered relationships with law enforcement across the country. So I'm going to go to the map now and show everyone how I utilize it. That one's on.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so bear with me 1 second. So you can see here, this is just my icon listing, and when I hover over them, they'll highlight themselves a little bit. So the red hearts are unidentified adult females. The dark blue hearts are obviously adult male, unidentified. Light pink are minor females. Light sky blue are minor male victims. Yellow are in the uncertain sexes, so they're not sure with the remains if they're male or female. The eye icons are the same as the hearts, only that they are missing. So missing adult women, missing adult men, missing minor girls, missing minor boys. The rainbow represents the LGBTQ plus community, and the hand here is, this icon is for indigenous. And there are other maps like mine, some that are even more overwhelming than mine might seem. What separates my map from everyone else's map is that mine is listed chronologically. So you'll see down from where I have below, it can start with the 50s and 60s. There are some as old as 1914 in New York City on the map. Right now, there's almost 19,000 people on the map, and that's certainly an overwhelming statistic. There's everything from infants to just really hard to acknowledge cases. But I'm going to abbreviate my presentation because there were so many more important people speaking today, and I was very honored to be a witness to so many of them. But in the event, as I'm searching through something, I just want to warn the viewer that I can't always control. Some of the images might be post-mortem. So if I catch it, I'll undo it real quick. But I want to apologize for that and advise caution to the viewer. So I created several different databases at the same time in conjunction with the map. So in some unidentified cases, I'll see tattoos. So I created a tattoo database. There were cases where I submitted possibles to law enforcement, to NamUs. And then what I noticed while creating the database was that there were many people, let's say for one of the Long Island cases, and I'm sure most people will recognize this case, sadly. Peaches. What I noticed on Peaches' NamUs page, that there was technically only one exclusion, and that was Laura Leanne Stubbs. However, there were many other exclusions that were on other people's cases. So I also noticed people had submitted their, and I have done myself, their missing person possible as a possible for Peaches. And that's not listed anywhere. I developed this section all around here just based as I was putting people on the map. I noticed that they were submitted for Peaches. So there's nowhere to find that. As far as I know, this is the only location, the only place to see who has been submitted for Peaches. And I'm sure there are more than I've been able to determine for now. I created this database so that I can track it. And then I also created a section of other possibles. We know that there's been advancements in who Peaches might be related to. And once that happened, I started to pull back a little bit on focusing on Peaches, but I wish I could get back even more to it. So one of the other things I do also is I'm a volunteer for Light the Way. And Light the Way is a missing person advocacy project. It's volunteer based. And the founders of Light the Way are just incredible advocates. And their group of families, I've gotten to know so many of them and close to them. And it's a huge honor for me to participate and support Light the Way initiatives in all facets. So one of the things with Light the Way I was asked to do was to utilize the map and the research angle to somehow start looking for possibles for people. This is a case of Jennifer Estaloria, who went missing in Florida in 2014. And the detective on the case was sort of at the end of any opportunistic leads. And that's where I utilized how to work the map to build the list of possibles that you see here. And I will show real quickly how we do that. So, or how I do it, or how anybody could actually do it, but because the map can be utilized by anybody. So in the search, I will type in Jennifer Esther.
Quick question.
Yes.
Well, map is publicly available. Where would we find it?
You can find it. I have a link tree. You can find it if you search
Catch list link tree.
You can
we'll
find that. It's pinned to my Twitter page. If on Facebook, it's pinned to my personal profile as well. And it's also pinned to the Blue Sky and everywhere else in social media world. So when I punch in Jennifer onto the search tab, she highlights. Let me just back up a little bit here. My hands are shaking. Yeah, I got it. So I'm going to back out of that for a second. So here's what I noticed, and you can start seeing it as I do this. You see all the icons highlighting as I hover over them from the sidebar. That's where I realized this map could be quite impactful. So I jump up a little bit. Right away, I know I'm looking for red hearts because Jennifer's age. And yes, it's all kind of post-mortem. So I'm looking for a victim. I'm looking for a body. And through this, I'll knowing some of the information that we gathered through Light the Way from the detective, we knew certain geographical locations where Jennifer had access to or had previously been. And that's where I tailored my initial search, which was mostly initially Florida, Georgia, Tennessee, and slightly up that area there. And by doing that, I came across a couple. You could see how they highlight. I knew that one was too far up. That's too far, but possible that I would revisit as I learn more. But I got to right here, and I hit that one. So now I brought that up. And then for me, I would just do a visual comparison. I know it's a female because of the red heart. We don't have ethnicity. The age range with NamUs is so vast that it could be anything. And then just going through, because when I put in an unidentified on the map, I sort of copy and paste all the NamUs information. I can add in information from the Doe network, so on and so forth. So I know this one is limited in what we have, but she goes on the possibles list because there's DNA, and DNA runs through the system fairly regularly. So I'll pop away from that for a second, but that came up really close. Let me just go a little further here. I know that's too far north, so I wouldn't go there, and that's too far south, so I really wouldn't go there unless we're expanding the parameters of what I'm searching for. That one there, we'll tap that. 2015, so you can see it's still within a year. 18 to 99. There was no real information again on this one, but it went on the possibles list. It wasn't until, and this is how fast it can be. I'm going a little slower now, but when I do this myself, I fly pretty much faster through it because all I'm looking for are those highlighted spaces in relative proximity to where this person, Jennifer, was last seen. Too far, too far. But this is the basic platform I use. And in this case, 2015, the height wasn't going to work for me on that one. And I just want to just jump here for a second and just look at something. 73941. Back to the map. So I know I'm getting close to where I want to be. Missing. So this one, I popped that one up. This is a composite from NamUs. Ethnicity is Hispanic Latino, but we know some of the ethnical descriptors aren't necessarily purely accurate. The age range was fine for this one. Oklahoma, which isn't that far, and we knew she had some sort of access to the lower half of the US, so I added that onto her list as well. The one, I will share this, 73941, just to abbreviate it, 73941. When I came across this doe in 2019, so it's several years after Jennifer went missing, I'm gonna pop this here. And I'm going to scroll down. So right away when I saw this, I saw the composite image. And I'm going to open up NamUs right now just to see more information about this doe.
NamUs is the National Missing and Unidentified Persons Database run by the Department of Justice.
Correct. Thank you for that.
Of course.
This is the composite on the NamUs database for this woman. And there's a lot of unique physical characteristics on there that, to me, spoke an awful lot of Jennifer. So once I compiled this long list, that was submitted to the detective through Light the Way. And the detective, who was sort of at an end of the road, now had probably about 19 more opportunities to go through, superseding the timeline that it would take for normal DNA running comparison. So he had active avenues to go forward, and some sort of validation for me was suddenly seeing within the next several weeks to several months that Jennifer's NamUs page was getting modifications. So they were eliminating that. And eliminating isn't necessarily finding Jennifer or identifying her, but it is, in a way, reducing.
Shortening the list.
Yeah, shortening the list. Now, you could see how many I developed for Jennifer. One of the other Light the Way families we advocate for is a missing Indigenous woman called Leona Sharon Kinsey. She went missing in 1999 from LeGrand, Oregon. There's certainly some suspicious, a person of interest or suspect, not officially, and forgive me for using those phrases, but there's avenues to investigate. But I spent the same amount of time, if not longer, looking for possibles for Jennifer, for Leona, and to date, there's only the one. And Leona, when I type her in on here, and I'll just zoom in a little bit on her area. This is where she was last seen. It is a very mountainous and forested area of the country. There are a lot of mines and such, so it's super hard to find possibles for her case. There's also limitations, and part of it is also the fact that she's indigenous, and it's important to really open up avenues to search for people of indigenous cultures. And it is certainly an avenue that has become more inspiring for me to want to evolve my advocacy, or not necessarily away from anything else, but embrace it all as part of the work that I want to be doing more and more. So I just to sort of abbreviate everything, your starting point is a missing person. Scrolling up highlights everything on the map that could be related or possible for comparisons. Building the list is something anybody else can do. No, it's still going up there. See?
I don't think it's sharing. It's not sharing.
What should I be doing?
It's not sharing on the YouTube.
Yeah. Here, let me.
I haven't touched anything. But
Yeah, let me just step in a sec. Where's the StreamYard tab?
right there.
Okay. I think it just got, wait, here. So I think,
Share screen.
yep. And then Chrome window, you're in Chrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then do you see the page list? Is this the
Yeah.
name of it? Okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Sorry for that. We started the day with technical difficulties. We'll end the day with a few more. Are we good?
Good question. I'm a little bit behind, so Robert, do you see it, Sharon?
Yes, it's up there.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you for your patience, everyone. Sorry about that. I'm not a professional podcaster, and I get very nervous. I also feel the weight of advocating for people, and I don't want to fail anybody or anything. So it's a lot. But in short, to use the map, starting off with, a missing person and that date, because my map is the only map that's chronological. From there, it's just a matter of scrolling up. If I'm looking for, let's say, Bobby Wolford, I know she's a minor female, and I can look for another icon, the opposite icon, just to see if I can find her based on just the simplicity of it. From there, I build up so many possibles and that list, and that gets submitted to law enforcement and to NamUs. And anybody can do this. It's not that it's exclusive to me because it's my map. The map is open source. Anybody can access it, and anybody can begin that same process. So if you're looking for anyone, your loved one, or a particular story or life that has meaning for you, you can use this to start off with that. A lot of the indigenous are something I want to continue focusing on. This one's here in Minneapolis, and to go and look for remains. I'm not going to click them because I don't want to. I wouldn't want anyone to see something that they're not prepared to see. But this is how you can build a list for yourself for whatever case has called on your soul.
So what you can do geographically compared to the regular NamUs database, like I could look up that particular case that you just had up, and then I could look for, hypothetically, indigenous people who are found, people who are identified as white or Hispanic because it might be wrong. And if I knew where what's her name? Kateri. If I knew where Kateri lived or where her friends lived or where she had access to, that could help me narrow the geographic range and actually come up with a list of potential suspects. So for example, if there were remains in another area that's nearby, I could reach out to the law enforcement there and said, have you checked this out as a potential opportunity? Have you checked out this case of this young woman because it might match? And not only like the power of this, it's not just that it can help find, in my mind, match remains to missing people. It can also help exclude the possibility and give you an idea that somebody might either be unfound or still alive. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up, Raul, if you're cool. I think this is a great description of how the map can be used. I wanted to thank everybody online and you. I wanted to thank everybody for joining us. I hope everybody finds this to be a good resource. We'll publish it probably later today so you can share it. And I'm going to cut out a couple pieces as social media clips for people, and also probably some podcast episodes. So thanks again. Appreciate it. Thank you, Raul. Thank you. There we go. I think we have a news story developing out in the hallway with Monty, the reporter.
Oh, good. That's good.
Yes, I know.
What do I need to do here?
I'll come. I mean,
Well, yeah. Bad choice of words.